Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, August the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. I'm waiting. Yes and no. Yes and no. You can hear me, but you cannot see the screen. Okay, it's all good. So hear me. It must be on your end then. Okay, maybe just do a refresh. Okay. Just a quick, Eric or Edric, you were how to come up with the charts? You mean just how to have a chart at all, or how to type in a symbol in a chart? And thank you, Trader PK in our YouTube room. So what do we got today, guys? Intel had a big investment by SoftBank, a couple of $1 billion. So that's put a charge into Intel, INTC. Now, Intel, if you want it, now I don't know how many shares, INTW, not bad. So if you thought Intel was going to keep moving higher, you could just buy this one. This will give you double the move. But remember, if Intel moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. But this is actually it's about the same size or same price as Intel. So the only benefit is if you think Intel is going to keep moving higher, you could buy this one 2 times. Palantir, the same sort of thing. Not a lot of volume, but not Palantir, but Palo Alto. So obviously Palo Alto. I'm going to type in PANW, and should be up about 6%. Yeah, so this is up 6%. So this was an earnings play. Very interesting earnings play, guys. Released after hours yesterday. Look at the 200-day moving average right now. So 200-day moving average right there. So it's a little bit above it. So a great reaction to earnings so far for Palo Alto, PANW. Now, it's $187. If you wanted to, you could buy this one, PANG, if you thought it was going to keep moving higher. The issue is not a lot of volume. But if you thought Palo Alto was going to keep moving higher, you get double the move. I can remove my message now. Thank you. So what else is happening? We've got PRFX, PRFX. Okay, so we've got NVIDIA in the press release. Okay, so Payne reforms Deep Solar accepted into NVIDIA's Connect program. That's mean NVIDIA's investing or anything like that. But they've got NVIDIA in the press release, so that is the eye-catching deal about that press release, and it's through the 200-day moving average. It is through the 200-day. It's a low float, 1.8 million in the float. It's an Israeli company, so it's a foreign. Lays, LASE are trading higher after the company report. Oh, this is an earnings play. Okay, this is actually an earnings play. So LASE is an earnings play. So this could be, wow, I mean, it is gapped up a lot. Take a look on a weekly chart. Well, sorry, on a monthly chart. Actually, on a weekly chart. So on a weekly chart, this has room 483. Yeah, so between here and 5, it could be a little bit of resistance, which is too bad. Maybe not. Takes out that 4. Yeah, maybe. I mean, when you look here, 481 and then 5. So I wish that weren't there. I wish the next high was way up here at around 730. This could be a good one, though. Just give me one moment, please, okay, guys? Okay. GXAI, that's third on my list here. GXAI announces official launch of Art Gen AI. Okay. So whatever that is, an AI image and video creation platform. Okay. So that is the word with GXAI. Of course, it's a low float, 6.29 million in the float. Lot of volume already. So yeah, this could be obviously. I mean, we're gonna have to keep an eye on this one. See how it opens. It's through the 200-day moving average. We look at that weekly chart. Expand this just a little bit. There we go. So on the weekly chart, the next high is 179. That's pretty close. The next high is two. It's the same sort of thing, between the current price and two. Might get a little bit of resistance. Plim, P-L-Y-N. Oh, I think this is a buyout. Yeah, this is a proposed buyout. Sixth Street Partners proposing a buyout of Plymouth Industrial REIT. So that is a buyout. See VCIG. Low float. Look at the volume, 49 million already. VCIG. Let's see if there's any news on this one. VCIG announces a $2 billion partnership to establish a sovereign grade infrastructure. Okay. Accelerate institution of adoption of crypto by integrating ultra secure Bitcoin storage. Let's say. So it's a crypto play. And of course, these guys are, okay, at least they're not a bio. Next high looking left. Well, it's got a little bit of room on the percentage basis, 120, 130 area. That's the CIG. I don't see VKTX here. I wonder why. VKTX, I don't see it here. You're saying it's being slapped down hard. Well, let's take a look. Maybe it's not, maybe it's recovered a bit. Hmm. Why do I not see it here? Well, that's kind of weird. I should see VKTX right here. Yeah, I don't understand why I'm not seeing it. Unless I have it just out of curiosity. Give me one moment, guys. I'm just curious as to why I don't see it. So this is out of order. I thought maybe I had it in my don't look at from before. Got to be a reason. I just can't figure it out right now. I know give me some time. I could figure it out, but I don't know why I'm not seeing VKW or VKTX in here as the big gap down. Anyway, that is a big slap down. Yeah. Novo and NVO is really actually NVO faded all day yesterday. These weight loss drugs. I'm gonna put this on a. I'm gonna thumbnail this one though, VKTX, in case it has a bounce. So Nova was up yesterday, but I saw that but look, we got up to $55, but it faded down to 53.68. It closed at the low, but it's a low yesterday. That's what I was watching. It was just fading all day. This is another earnings play, guys. There's no volume yet, but you never know. I know that once the market opens, certainly will be some volume. FLXS through the 200-day moving average. HD shaking off modest earnings. Okay. Yeah, 2% on earnings. Double I, double N. Haven't seen this one for a while. Not well, actually, it's at 14%. Okay. Receives a $27 million binding purchase order from a health ministry in Africa. Full payments expected in 2025. I want to definitely keep a close eye on this GXAI, especially as long as it maintains over that 200-day moving average. Well, Intel, yeah, I was talking about Intel. This is a way in which if you think Intel is going to keep moving higher, that's dropped off. Yeah, it's dropped off actually. But here's Intel. Yeah, it's starting to fade a little bit here, guys. Yeah, it's dropped off because the ETF for Intel is now up only 8%, and the bottom here is 10%. So Intel's starting to fade a little bit here. So remember, your government was looking maybe to take a 10% stake in Intel. I guess according to that headline, they're not going to, or I don't know. Who knows? But what is known is that SoftBank has invested $2 billion. I think they bought at $23 a share. No, nothing happens in the pre-market, Ozzy. Okay, for the AI. First alert will not be before until 9:40. Okay, 9:40 Eastern time, of course. So 10 minutes. That's by design. Under Armour. I'm hearing Under Armour for some reason. Wow. When Lululemon was at the all-time high, probably way up here, or even higher. Not that well. See how long ago that was. This looked like the all-time high. That was well, not quite 2 years ago, and then boom. Had a rally, and then boom. Zep is an earnings play. Okay, Zep is an earnings play. ZEPP. This is an earnings play. The low yesterday was $34, so there is room underneath. There is definitely room underneath. It wants to keep sliding down. You know what? I'm wrong. I'm sorry, guys. This is an earnings play tomorrow, August 20th. At least that's what we have. August 20th, pre-market. Okay, guys. Well, the market was really a below high yesterday. SPY was down just a little. Dow was down a little. Qs were down a little. So overall market. Take a look at XLE just out of curiosity again to see where it is with respect to the 200-day moving average. Moving away again. Had a 3 or 4 day rally trying to get into it, but moving away again. So XLV, when I look past, it's actually trying. Yeah, so it is still below 139.81 is the 200-day moving average. So it's still below it, but at least it's been sort of rallying into it. I wonder why we have it. Why we have it on August 20th tomorrow for ZEP, ZEPP. Really? That's why. That's why. For some reason, I didn't have it on live always. I had it on live during market hours. So there's the VKTX. Thanks, Pepe. Ali, yeah, the market isn't open yet. The market is because the market, it's not 9:30 yet. Yes, I'm answering Ali in our YouTube room. So sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know why I had that on. I think you know what it was? I was doing some work on the weekend, and I must have changed the time frame to live during market hours. Anyway, so there's the VKTX. Okay, TNXP guys. I'm hearing TNXP moving down. Amazing, isn't it? I had earnings a few days ago, got all the way up to $70, 36 now. Is this another? Is this another weight loss drug? I just can't remember anymore. TNXP because this. I mean, this is just got killed. $70 1, 2, 3 days ago. 36 now. Cut right in half. Does anybody know quickly if this is a weight loss drug, TNXP, or is there some other reason? I just can't remember. Doesn't look like it. I'm just looking at their. Doesn't look like it in their profile, but okay. Thank you, HLE. Yeah, so it's not a weight loss drug. Yeah. So man, you know what I'm going to do? Save my layout. Sure, those changes are. All right, guys. So GXAI is still holding. It's still holding over the 200-day moving average. Hasn't dropped that much. 185, 162 on the pre-market highs. So, all right, guys. Well, let's see. I'm just looking PRFX. Want to see if it's pulled back. Not really. It's still not really pulled back at all. High up here was 340, so it's well 314, but still hasn't pulled back a huge amount. Still, of course, it's over the 200-day moving average. On a weekly chart, this has got some room to 346, which it got to. You can see exactly where it got to. Got up to approximately 338, and there's their high right there. So if it can take that high out, you can get back up to the pre-market highs and take that out. And when you look left, it's got a ton of room for PRFX. 545 is the next high looking left. So I am putting a price alert right at around 350 and see if it takes out that weekly high and continues. I mean, I know it's already up 138%, but you know these things can keep moving if they want to. And such a low float, 1.8 million in the float. Yeah, remember LiDAR? Boy, just hammered down when they announced the financing and then earnings came out. And yeah, this looked like a pretty interesting high flyer, but and I'm talking about the LIDR. Okay, guys, going to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. Give me a moment. I'm going to save it again. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'm just going to load. Let me just keep it as part of this layout. Though I don't mind showing this because I think this at least shows people where these heat map or tree maps come from. It's the top list. Okay, here's a top list. Then I just right click, show tree map. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to limit it to six. So here are the top six right now. So we talked about the PRFX, the Lays, the GXAI. This is a potential buyout, BLYM. We talked about the VCIG. I think I talked about the AREC. AREC. Okay, so this is the American Resources Vulcan Elements finalized a supply deal for rare earth oxides. So this is American Resources. Let's take a look. I don't know if Vulcan is a public company. Take a look. Vulcan. Did you say Vulcan Materials? Vulcan Elements. Okay, Vulcan Elements. I don't see a Vulcan Elements here, so I don't know if they're maybe not a private. There might be a private company then. I'm getting a little note that YIV is popping. It's a recent IPO, I believe. Yeah, so this is let's see, it's up 12%. It should actually start showing up here. Well, this is yeah, I've only got the top six right now, so this is 17, hard to see, but that's 17%. So this is now up 11.5%, taking out the high yesterday. This is a recent IPO. Yeah, so this is if there's any news on it. I actually saw also, believe it or not, that somehow must be still on the pink sheets, I think. Said the best Bed Bath and Beyond will start trading again. I don't know how, but must be on the pink sheets. Yeah, I have 569,000 at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, starting to, IB is starting to get good again in terms of having shorts with recent IPOs. Though I think this one, I don't remember who's behind this one. Yeah, I don't think any of the big guys are, but I may be wrong. One moment, please. So, guys, I don't see anything today. I would like to maybe find one of these really cheap earnings plays that might take off right from the beginning. I'm not seeing anything. I mean, the Lays is interesting, but oh, wait a minute. How about Wald? WALD, WALD. I just don't see enough room. Yeah, I just don't see enough room to move before it starts hitting some resistance. Yeah, less than a minute. Thank you, William. So less than a minute to the 9:30 open. What I'm going to do, save this, minimize this. First, I'm going to minimize this. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Typically, do not trade in the first 15 minutes. You can see things settle down a little bit. Ali in the our YouTube room, let me know if that starts populating at 9:30 or soon after. Okay. So there's the Lays guys. There's the VCIG. We talked about these ones. We didn't see this one, SES. We talked about AREC. Here's Intel guys, INTW. So again, if you think Intel is going to keep ripping, the way to play it. You get double the move, pretty good volume, 693,000. You'll get double the move. So what that means is if you look at Intel, INTC, it would be up about 7.15%. Okay. So you get double the move here. Remember, if Intel starts moving down, this will move down. Well, if Intel moves down a percent, this will move down 2%. Just so you understand the risk involved. All right. Let's take a look at how's GXAI doing. GXAI holding. Though it did get up to 180. Up to 180. It's working? Okay. Okay, Ali, good. So I'm just going to reiterate, guys, if you have our AI, make sure you've got the reentry price column, okay? Now, nothing happens in this window until at least 940. That's the first time you'll, this doesn't mean we'll get one at 940, but that's the earliest you'll get one. But make sure you add the reentry price column and see if we get any reentries today. Easy to do, just right click on columns, and then alphabetical order, just find the reentry price, left click on it, highlight it, and then left arrow it over. Okay? HSAI, you see this one in the pre-market, HASI, I get it right, HSAI. So the high of yesterday looks like around 27.91. Okay, guys, we have our first halt of the day with TZUP, TZUP, and halted on the way down. Now, PGN from yesterday, this was a big one from yesterday. And let's see. Well, it's got room to 350. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but it does have room to 350. That was the high of 2 days ago. That is PGen. Yeah, let's take a look at the SPY. So it's opening 5 minute bar. Let's pull back a bit. Dow is up, Qs are down, SPY is down a little bit. Nothing dramatic yet. Hmm. So here's the Lays, guys, LASE. I just wish it had more room to run. We're going to have that. Yeah, I mean, look, if it takes out five, it's over. If it can get through five, and then also 514 or so, it does have some room up to this area here, 560 area. Kind of like now. So this is actually okay. It's an earnings play, and it's ripping. It is ripping. Now that little R here gets magically inserted. That's telling you there's some resistance. At 529, it's generated. Don't ask me how exactly, but it is. Well, you can go to Grok, as Pepe did yesterday. This is not shortable for me, unfortunately, because I'd like to take a shot at a short if it gets close to that resistance area. But it does not, no shorts available for me in interactive brokers. Doesn't mean your broker doesn't. But if it takes this out, I mean, if it takes it out, does have some room to about 560. Yeah, well, look, it took it's through it, or I right at it now, right at that potential resistance area. MDT, yes, I see MDT. It's an earnings play. Now they're again magically magically created. That little support, little S means potential support for MDT. Wonder if you're saying the same, seeing the same thing, William. You said yesterday your candles. I don't think it's available for you guys yet, Greg. I think Pepe, that's correct, right? It's on. I'm on a development version of Trade Ideas, so I don't think it's available for you guys yet. There's nothing I've done. Okay, it's not like it's an option. Yeah, so Pepe, yeah, it's just verifying what I just said. Uh, as you know, I will notice it's not generated on every chart, so it depends where they have calculated. Well, that resistance area, it got to that resistance area. Remember, when I look at all these, the VWAP, the 200-day moving average, all these indicators, ooh, PFRX just okay, guys, it's pulling back a little bit, but it got up to that level here. Ah, I don't like this. 349 was the high. Okay. It, I had a price alert right around that area. It takes it out again. It does have room to 547. Okay. Not saying it's going to get there, but it does have room. We're talking about the PRFX. So keep an eye on it. If it breaks it again, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers in case it doesn't. Sound alert, Pepe. You have to go to Discord. Well, keep an eye on this one, guys. If it takes out that high again, and this has, it's got NVIDIA in the press release. So that is the accepted into NVIDIA's Connect program. But look what's happening. It is pulled back. I mean, that little high right there, even it popped up just a little bit above it, okay? And that little high right there is blocking it as we speak. Doesn't mean it's going to continue to block it. So what I'll do is I will put a price alert again in that area to see if later on it takes it out. Okay, guys, remember that we had the opening bar was down on the SPY, but has come right back up, almost flat now, just down 37 cents. Now, guys, I mean, this is showing up here. Okay, this is from our AI, PLYM. Just know this though, that this is a some kind of a buyout. Okay, proposes a buyout and offering to pay 24.10 a share. Now, if you're looking at this and thinking, "Well, my goodness, why don't I just take everything I own?" Because this is right now at 21.92. Because these guys are saying 24.10. Don't do it. It's a cash. It is cash. Interesting. I have to admit, it is interesting, but it's an unsolicited takeover proposal. Okay, so this is unsolicited, so we can almost view this as a potential hostile takeover. Look at that, Lays, guys. That's why, boy, price alerts. Price alerts. I mean, they keep me out of so many. Keeps my keeps my account from getting carved up. Yeah. Now look at it. Now look at PRFX. Fault out on the way down. You're right. So that's why I do not anticipate something is going to happen. I get my price alert, then I take a look at it. Yeah, GXAI guys. So look at that, 17% move now in a 5 minute period. 17% move, and it is. And again, this is a launch of its art-gen.ai video creation program. So let's see if it can take out two again. And let me refresh my memory on the weekly chart, or at least a monthly chart. Where could it go? Looks like that high right there. That's annoying. So the high right there is 336. Okay. I'm sorry, right there is not, it is two. That monthly high is two. The next monthly high is 334. So there is room if you can take out two again. Let me get, and a weekly chart, it's not going to show that probably. I'd have to back it out a bit. So on a monthly chart, there is room. Boy, look at Bitcoin, still down $1,200. So about 115,000 now. Yeah, I don't know about that. The tease up, you mean as a potential bounce? Oh, you mean as a potential short because it's an all-time. Interesting. I would not have thought shares would be available. 100,000 are available at Interactive Brokers. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to put a price alert for this one, 2205 or so. See if it can clear. Just because they do say there is, but it's a unsolicited offer, $24. Not shortable for me. This is was a big one from yesterday, SNGX. This is showing up on the gap down and go, but it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, here's Intel, guys. This is a gap up and go, a gap up and go. So now, um, to me, there's a high right here. That red line up here, that is the next high looking left on a daily chart. That's not the same as that support and resistance or support and resistance lines that are drawn. But Intel is definitely in rip mode right now. So that the ETF for Intel, here it is, INTW will be up 20 odd percent, 21%. So again, if you think Intel is, and the volume is really coming in now. So, oh, missed this one. This is a gap up and reversal. Shoot. This is uh this is a gap up and reversal play for Flex. Let's see, yesterday's low was about not that far away, really, on less than $1 away. Intel continues to make new market highs. 2641 is the next high looking left. Well, here's our answer for GXAI, guys. So far, I mean, it got up to 210. It didn't. I think I had a price alert. Price alerts are disappearing or something. Maybe I had a little higher. I'm going to put a price alert again at around 2. Oh man, Flex, nice gap up and reversal play. Let's see if this has now gone negative. Actually, Flex has it now gone negative? Let's see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news on it. Flex, big drop though, 53 down to 49 and a half. What did they put a $9 price target on Palantir? That was oops, wow. Or was it 40? I thought somebody put a $9 price target on Palantir. Anyway, there's your next low looking left. I mean, this is just what a sell off. 190 down to 163 in say a week and a half. What is the short ETF for this one? I might take a kick at this PLYM, just in case people are looking at. Thank you. Yeah, so if you wanted to, there's three, yeah, plenty of volume. If you wanted to short PLTD, you could, wow, you could buy this one. Wow, it's super cheap too. Super cheap. You'll get double the move. Actually, you will not. That's only one time if there's a two timer. So this is a two time, and the volume is a lot more. So this is a two timer. So if you thought Palantir was going to keep moving down, and just say you wanted to short it, you don't have to short the stock. You could buy this, but you're going to get. So remember, if Palantir starts to pop a bit, so Palantir moves up a percent. This is going to move down 2%. Here's a way you can buy this one and take advantage of a short. Guys, just in case people are reading that, I've taken some of this PLYM. Okay, just in case people do look at that and say, "Wow, I'm going to buy it for $24." I'm basically in at 22. Sorry, 24. No, I mean they're talking about buying it at 24. And it may do nothing. Okay, I mean it may do absolutely nothing. It just sit at 22. But all right, here's one that's moving, guys. BSLK. Oh yeah, this is I think another one of the altcoins. Okay, investing in or something to do with crypto, I believe, and that's what popped it that day. That's about 5 days ago, 4 days ago, 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago. The high yesterday was 952. So obviously there is a room. Whoa, there's Plymouth going, guys. Funny. Oh, so look at this one, guys. TNXP is reversing. TNXP is a gap down and reversal play right now. So big bounce here. And of course, it's got a ton of room because of yesterday's high in our YouTube room. I am fine, BTN. I'm sorry if I've mispronounced your name. So I'm going to go over this. What time is it now? 9:55. So in about 5 minutes, I'm going to go over the what you're seeing here. This is a tree map. So when you see a negative number, if you're into pullback type plays, you see a negative number here. What that means is it's still positive for the day. This INSG is still up 14%, but it's pulling back. It's pulling back. So, right now it's not pulling back. And for instance, we saw a few yesterday pull back into the VWAP. VWAP held it and then it bounced off. Back at that support. Yeah, so you can see kind of what's happened with GXAI, kind of. It's probably hard to see, but there's a purple line on my chart here. Probably hard to see, but you can see what it did. It came into that VWAP area, and so far the VWAP is acting as support, and maybe it'll pop off that and go. Okay, guys, I have taken some of the Plymouth off at 2220. Okay, I mean I rarely do this. I'm talking about the PLYM, take something that is a potential buyout, but I just think people are probably going to be looking at that. Again, it's a unsolicited bid at 24, and it's still popping. I'm glad I read that. I'm glad I read this right there at 24, offering to pay $24 a share. Well, let's put a price alert just up here and see if we can. Well, keep an eye. Probably maybe a little late now. Pull back to eight. The BSLK might be a little late. The other thing is the spread is not good. 810, 830, not good for that BSLK. Yeah, in fact, they're making now it's 806, 828. They're making it very difficult to commit. All right, guys, it's 9:59. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over my homepage and all the information you can find on my homepage, including all the scans that I am currently sharing, or all the tree maps and scans, etc., that I'm sharing. How about all the information I'm sharing? But before I do that, welcome to the room. If you're new to all this, give me a moment. I should say welcome to the rooms, the YouTube room and the main room. This is the format. The main room is open at around 7:30 Eastern time. I get on the mic at about 9. Chris Varley from Trade Ideas opens the main room around 7:30. So you can come into the room at around 7:30. I don't get on the mic until 9. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so that's why it's a time zone thing. So I get on the mic at about 9. I try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40, and again, getting on the mic at 9. Usually go to well, yesterday I went all the way to 3 o'clock, sometime between 2 and 2:30. But if there are questions, I'll always stick around for questions. But even when I leave, William, most of the time, will keep the main room open till, and it's up to him. Depends on what sort of earnings plays there are. But maybe he'll let us know. Maybe till 4 o'clock, quarter to four, something like that. So even when I leave the main room, that is open. So with that all being said, let me Okay, so William says he'll keep the room open till 3:50 or so. No big after hours. So on my homepage, I'm going to click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. All I ask, use my code, whatever it is, on my homepage. It will change from time to time. It helps to keep the room free. The company tracks the promo codes, and if they see people using my code enough, they'll just keep the room free. Okay, so that does help. And if you scroll down, you can sign up. This is free. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Wow, look at the BSLK. I mean, it's just, I wonder what the spread is like now. It's probably tightened up. Yeah, it's tightened up a bit. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week, and again, this is free, you'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. So the next thing to do is take a look at the education section, because the first thing you must do if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas is this, the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. Okay? They're short videos that'll get you started. It's not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but it'll get you started. And you have to do that. It's a software program, so there's a bit of a learning curve. Now, if you don't have trade ideas or you're wondering about the program, if it's something you might like to try, what I would do is I would start off with the second video and watch the rest of them. And this might give you a good idea whether or not you think you should even, try to take out a subscription to try us. Okay, that's what I would do before. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. Wow, this is a big wow, guys. I got to tell you, this is a big wow on the Plymouth. I'm so glad I checked that. Checked the information. Huh, and that's from our AI guys. Huh, amazing. Okay, let's go back to my homepage. So if you've clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for, you know what, guys, I'm going to interrupt here because I'm getting some more AI alerts. Well, that made my day. The Plymouth. I mean, I never, never would have thought it would tack on about 50 cents. Okay, I'll go back to. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down. Here are my scans or the information that I'm sharing. Okay, this is a tree map, so it's not technically a scan, and it's right here. This is the biggest change in 5 minutes. Could be up, could be down. Look at GXAI. Now, again, I'm going to go over this a little bit more detail to show you how you can use this to play pullbacks if that's what you want. Because if you see a negative number, click on it and see what it's pulling back to. This is the momentum scan. There's the Plymouth right there, PLYM. That's the momentum scan right here. Pulse resumes is down here. This is another one I keep an eye on is the gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. And then Pepe's combo scan right here. So you can see I didn't check this one out yet. But there's the Plymouth right there. A little late, 22.48. You never know. It could keep moving, which I hope it does. So if you have questions about any of these scans, this is a single stock window down here. You can ask. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, you don't have to wait till the noon hour. A lot of people just kind of think that the only time you can ask questions is when from 12 to 1 when I take a break. Then somebody from Trade Ideas, not sure who it's going to be today, takes over for me in our YouTube feed. You don't have to wait till then. Okay, guys. So I've offloaded most of that TLYM. Okay, I have a little bit left in case it does something really crazy from here, but I've offloaded most of it. Okay, guys. So I just want to demonstrate. We have four S's right here. We've seen this one for a long time. Used to see this one quite a bit. Okay, so always new people in the room. So I just want to demonstrate what I think, anyway, separates us from virtually every other program out there. So I'm going to look at this momentum scan, and I'm going to open the alert window. So this is an example of an alert window. Okay, it's a scan. And I right click on it, and then click on configure, and click on summary. So this is telling me what the scan is looking for. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume has to be at least 20. It means it's got to be trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So you can see that's why the SSS just snuck in here. It's 21.91 times normal. 500,000 shares minimum. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal, and it has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we're seeing SSS at 10:08 plus 23 seconds. Since then, not long ago, half a minute ago, a little over half a minute ago, since then, no stock has met all the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. This is what we call the trigger. Okay, the trigger is a new high for the day. They're just made another new high right there. These are all real-time alerts. So there are many screening programs out there. This is the example of screening, okay? When you use these filters and you don't have what we call a trigger. So for instance, screeners are used for typical questions like show me the stocks up the most today, show me the stocks that are down the most today, show me the stocks that are moving the most in a 5 minute period. This is what this is doing, okay? That's what this is doing. And it's giving me a list. But we can take that, there's nothing wrong with just looking at stocks like that. And then we can take that one step further and applying what we call a trigger. In this case, it's the new high of the day. As long as the stock meets all these filter requirements and makes a new high for the day, you'll get a real-time alert. I'm not going to go over, but we have a lot. If you want to build your own scans from scratch, you can let me know. But we have a lot of real-time alerts. These are some of them, right at the very top, new high and new low of the day. You don't have to learn them all. And if I scroll down, these icons. These are the filters, the screeners that we've got. Again, you don't have to learn them all. If you have any trading experience at all, what I would do is I would just kind of scroll down, and if you see something you recognize and you want to incorporate it as part of your scan, go ahead. Personally, I just use the new high and the new low of the day, handful of filters, and that's all I need for my trading style. Again, your trading style may be really different. That's why the company created all these different real-time alerts and all those different filters. Okay, guys, now let me get back to taking a look at some of the things that are popping up here. I didn't see SISS, sorry, CISS. I did not see that at all in the pre-market. You can see what it did. Why I always look left. See what it did. It got right into that high. So you can see that Intel looks like Intel did break through that. Remember, we had a red line. I think it was up here, 2566. So Intel did break through. And now let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Where could it keep going? Let's see it there. So let's go on a monthly chart. And there's the next high looking left is 2753. Still has room. Imagine if it took that out. And then we're getting an update, okay? A U.S. investment in Intel would be aimed at helping the company stabilize. Remember, the reason so far anyway, that's not hurting that little news hit. But SoftBank, I think out of Japan, they put $2 billion in at $23 a share, I believe. I think that amounts to 2% of the company. That gentleman's still around. You asked a pre-market question. I was going to try to answer you something about the charts, but I don't see that you're still around. If you're still here, you can ask the question again. Okay, if you're still here, I think it was Edric. Okay, so if you're still here, you can ask that question again, unless you figured it out. This is in our main room. This is for you, Grumpy, but I don't hear you that you're around today, so you pour right at the mic. You said, I don't know if you're around. I think you said you were going to swing Duolingo. Let's take a look at Duolingo. Duol. Well, I wonder if you did swing it. I wouldn't have swung it. I would not have swung it. The reason I would have waited to see if it could take out the 200-day moving average. So I don't know if you did actually swing it. Yeah, absolutely. Now, as you noticed, BSLK did show up, but it's too. I didn't, when we looked at it originally, the spread wasn't great. I mean, the spread is, I could say it's slightly tightened up, 20 cents. That's kind of keeping me out of it. But yeah, I mean, the reentry is absolutely, it's an alert. And, maybe a little early, and I know you can see where it is at 832. But I mean, I'm not going to completely I'll put a price alert in that area, but the Spread is really kind of keeping me out of that one. Ah, it was fine in the pre-market. Okay. You look at pre-market. Oh yeah, yeah. But you can see where it's stalled, even in the pre-market. I mean, that's 372, and the 200-day moving average is around 273. I'm sorry, 373. So that's kind of it. Just couldn't get through that. Oh, it did. Okay. Hmm. This is an earnings play, guys. PINC. I'm just clicking on it for the first time today. This is from the combo scan. The alert was at 2674. Let me take a look on a weekly chart. Probably. Okay, guys. I know some of you are still obviously following the GXAI, and so now it's getting back up to that level. That's the high of the day, I believe. Take a look at on that monthly chart. So yeah, so there is their next high. I'm not saying it's going to get to 334, but that's the next high. That high right there is $2. So it's still above that monthly high. Let me just look at a weekly chart. I want to check just a little bit. There we go. So there's the weekly. So that's beginning of the year. Okay, guys. Yeah, GXAI, GXAI. There's just something about it that I don't like, but yeah. So there's the month. So you see, there is that high up here. That was the so there's a weekly high, which is closer to the. So it's a little bit close for me. Now, if you're in a lot earlier, it's fine, but it may stall right there. Takes out 222 though, and then there is a ton of room on the weekly chart. I guess it hasn't hit me yet, Grumpy. Because you were saying that with Duolingo, they're going to put a lot of they're almost trying to force you to take the subscription as opposed to the free service because they're going to add some stuff that's annoying to the free service. Well, how do they know? How do they even know what that? Unless they're just unless they're just not releasing it to everybody at once. I'm talking to So, Jeanette, we're talking about Duolingo, okay? We're not talking about trade ideas, just in case you're wondering. We're talking about Duolingo, and I don't know what they're Grumpy is saying they're reading comments that are making they're going to make it annoying. But we're talking about Duolingo, not trade ideas. Well, I'm not a Tesla. Okay, I don't. I've never traded Tesla, but just so you're in at what 355? Well, okay, I have. It's a language teaching course. Okay, the only thing I can say, Marco Toledo, is what's your stop? If you're in at 355, what is your stop? Where would you be getting out of this if it's not working for you? That's the only thing. That's the first thing. Now, because remember, not every trade is going to work, so you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade with a manageable loss. You're just wondering because it got down to a 328. Right now it's a weekly chart is just kind of in this area. So, all right, 325. Well, I mean, you're still in it, so I really don't have any insight. I mean, it's an emotional stock, obviously. As long as you obey your stop. Well, we'll see how that works. I usually only do one lesson a day anyway for the Duolingo. So all I can, yeah. So I have no special insight, Marco. But I mean, as long as you obey your stop, hopefully it won't get down there. But but that's why you have a stop, of course. GXAI guys, I mean, there's that high right there, 222. If it breaks through that on some volume, I mean, this could really get going again. I know it's up 94% already. You can see there's like a mini struggle to get through that high looking left. Excuse me. VKTX guys. 462. So I had an alert as I gap down and go. All right, guys. Well, there's the. Am I too late? I don't know. Let's see. I mean, not too late. It's just over. Right at. You see, it's right at that 222 mark. It did pop a little bit above it. It's right at that 222. Which again, let's bring back that weekly chart. You see, why I think it's important. It's right there. Give me a moment. All right. Well, I don't know how far it's going to run, but I've got some of the GXAI. Yeah, I don't create that JTB. So most of the time, there's an explanation. Okay, there's some kind of like because if you click on it, I think there's a little pop up. It's the email that people get, and it's just Andy's thing. Okay, I mean, I he's more of a swing trader than I am. Yeah, I think isn't there an email that comes up and so the doc channel bar and swing. Oops. Oh, I mean, this is sort of an explanation. Okay, but this is what he considers. He's looking at the charts and all that. It's so just read through it. Okay, yeah, just read through it. Well, this is these are the swing picks. Andy creates them, I believe, and they go out Monday morning or Monday morning, Sunday night. But just gotta read the email. Why it's interesting, I think so. I think he creates them. So you just have to read the email. If you agree with what he's saying, okay. Well, are you JTB? Are you a member of Trade Ideas? Yeah. Okay. So if you click on it again, dock channel bar, it's possible the email is showing up behind some windows, but if I click on it, swing picks. Okay. Now it popped up on my other monitor. Okay. This popped up on my other monitor, and my computer goes a little crazy when I load another. But it's possible it's hidden behind here. Maybe you know what I mean. It's possible. This is okay. You just have to find it. Well, okay, but it's appearing somewhere. It has to. Okay, it's possible. Like what you're seeing is it may be covering it up. Can you move this dock window around? Also, let me just see if I yeah. If you click on show all, it might pop. Okay, if you go to Windows and then show all, it might pop up somewhere for you. Okay. because I just did that and it was hidden behind. Okay. It was hidden behind, which it may be for you. And then just click on Windows and show all. And for me anyway, it just popped up here. It was behind. It's definitely there though. How many monitors do you have, JTB? Just the one. Almost for sure it's hidden, okay, behind. But again, if you just click on Windows and show all, more than likely it'll pop up, okay, maybe in front of the channel, okay, more than likely. Just click on from the toolbar, click on Windows, and show all. Show all. Because when I do it, see what happens? It pop. I can see it front and center. More than likely, though, what's happened is it's just you should be able to move this. Why this is the dock channel, right? So you should be able to move it around, and then and then see it. So that was just a quick trade, guys, for me on the GXAI. I mean, I only have a little bit left in case it does, keep wanting to go. But I mean, it's still pretty volatile. All right. Take a look at some of these other ones that I haven't seen today. Mask, MASK. So it's just showing up for me now because it is now over $1. So my minimum here is $1. Yeah, I've got this one right here, NVFY, just showing up. So looking left, the next high, wow, 280, 285. So there's obviously room on the weekly chart for this one. They actually that was yesterday was an earnings play, I guess, for it. I don't recall seeing it yesterday, but it looks like this was an earnings play yesterday, pre-market, August. Yeah, August 18th, pre-market. Guys, this is VKTX, just absolutely collapsing. Yeah. So, a question in our YouTube room: what's the best way to trade the AI long strategy? There's really no such thing as like the best way. I mean, these are just alerts from previous days. And so you click on the alert and you see what if you have any trading experience at all. Then you just kind of look at the chart and make up your mind if it still has room to run. It's really, there's no such thing as like the best way, if that makes sense. You always have to click on the alert and just check to see whether or not it still has room to run before it hits a high. That's what I would be doing. These are just past AI alerts that are still quote unquote in the money. So when it pops in and pops out most of the time, it just could mean that, at when you see it, it's in the money. In other words, it's above wherever the entry was, whatever day that was. Yes. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, yes. VKTX. Now it's at a support level. Again, I didn't know. I wish I'd got it right up here. I did not. 2462 was the gap down and go, but it kept nagging at me right here over and over and over again. Don't forget about me. Whew. Okay, guys. And what else is happening here? So the GXAI, yeah, it's testing two again. He's going to have to, I'll be interested in it if it gets back over 222 later on in the day. This could be one of the late dayers. Okay, could be, but it's got to retake that area. Late dayers meaning a stock that has been very very active and then kind of settles down until maybe the 1:30 2 o'clock area. Volume comes back in, pops it through the high, and maybe keeps going. So that's why I'll just put a price alert in the area and just forget about it. So did you hear me? I just have to make sure. I'm sorry, I'm probably not going to be able to pronounce your name, but Ayodele in our YouTube room. I'm not a swing trader at all, so that's why I never look, but that's what I'd be doing. If anything is in there, I just click on it and see if, okay, does it still have some room to run? Room, always looking left on the daily, weekly, or monthly. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, pretty fast morning for me. 10:41 now. Oh, the mask. Okay, so take a look at mask. MASK. If you're into this, don't typically trade these super cheap ones, but I mean, if you're into it, mask. It's pulled back 5.5%. Sort of right at the VWAP area, right at that $1 mark. Okay. Question about the Holly AI signals. So if you're asking what the strategies in the AI, if you can actually see the filters or alerts, no. If that's your question, they're, I guess, what we'll call proprietary. Okay. So you're wondering, for instance, if I right click on this or right click on the momentum scan, I can see what it's looking for. I can see that. If that's what you're asking about, can I see the filters? Yeah, no, you can't do that. Otherwise, if you could have that, well, because it's a premium service. And so if we allowed that, then people could just look at it. Yeah. But if we allowed that, then in theory, because they don't, in theory, you could just take that and then unsubscribe from it, I suppose. But that's the reason. I mean, it's just proprietary. Yeah, you can't. I see what you're talking about. Yeah. We have not allowed auto trading the AI in at least a year, maybe 2 years. Maybe not 2 years, but certainly over a year. Yeah. It's just not the way to use it. Okay. In my opinion, best way to use it is you click on an alert, you check it out, see what you if you like the trade, then you take it. But a lot of times you may not like the trade. Just because the AI has an alert doesn't mean it's infallible. I would always want to check out the chart and just and you know they're not designed so that if you click on an alert, see right here the Plymouth 2192 was the alert. And when you click on it and then you check to see whether or not you want to trade it, and it's now gone to say 22, it's not the end of the world. Okay. If that makes sense. Believe me, if I thought auto trading was the way to go with the AI, I would have done it a long, long time ago when they allowed it. I use it like a watch list that generates the signals for me, and then I make up my mind if I want to trade them. Well, this VSLK is sort of teasing me again, but I'm just yeah, I know. The There was the re-entry, okay, at 8:32. Well, I'll reset my price alert around 8:30, but I'm just I think the right word is reticent about taking this. I mean, the spread is fine right now, But look what happened. Look what happened. Right right before your eyes, you can see the spread was like a couple of pennies, and then they just yanked it. And then it was 8.24. I'm just gonna forget about it. You know what? It may just rip, but I'm just gonna forget about it. So there's an example of an AI alert that sure, I mean, it may rip later, but I just don't like the way that the spread gets yanked or the bid gets yanked. And that blue screen, by the way, is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. So the CISS, yeah, I didn't like it because I didn't think it had enough room to run before it hit that next high. So that's why I did not like it. All right, guys. Well, this is from our AI. I didn't see this one, but this is from our AI, a potential short for AS. And see, I mean, the alert was at 36, but look left. I mean, it's got a ton of room underneath. Not saying it's going to get here, but now in the low of the day is that the opening candle? No, there it is. There's the low of the day down here around 35. The wave is down. Okay, the wave is underneath the VWAP. The wave is pointing down. So the trend is still weak. That orange line you see, or orange cloud you see, that is the trend. Haven't looked at any. I know this tees up earlier. YMT, is this halted on the way down? Yeah, halted on the way down. So this is a gap up and reversal play, guys. The INSG gap up and reversing. And of course, it has a ton of room down 860 is the next low looking left on the weekly. So nice on the VKTX, Bambino. I'm assuming you took a bounce on that one. It was long gone, but that was a quick. Well, I was in a lot earlier than when it had the big gap down, but the 25, I think it was about a 25-cent move down, and then it started moving up. I got out of it. Okay, guys, the AS market is weakening again, so it's not going to probably help. Well, it's going to help shorts that are, of course, more in tune with what the market's doing. Come on, yes, I'm just looking for a 35.50 break for the AS. I'm in this one, guys. This is from our AI, guys. This is from our AI. Okay, I'm just going to give this a little bit longer. It's basically a little bit below where I shorted it, the AS. I just don't want to. I don't want to have it do a VKTX on me. That VKTX, I mean, that is still it's challenging the whole number. It's a great bounce. This is an earnings play though, so this has news on its own today. Yeah. Okay. Took myself out of the trade, guys. The AS short. If I'd been in this one a lot earlier, I would keep in the trade because of the wave, but I was not in early enough. Well, let's see how this is not shortable for me, so I can't short it. But CISS, you see that resistance line that has been drawn automatically. You guys don't have access to it yet. Yeah, I'm on a development version of the product, so that's why I'm seeing it. Just a quick sound check, guys. How has been the sound today? And if it's not good for some of you, I can always open the Discord room and you can listen in Discord. Sound has been great. Okay. Well, how about that? Oh, I didn't even see this from Pepe's scan here. The combo scan 1021 2462. Nice short. Didn't even see it. I shorted it, but not because of this 2462, and it did have a little pop up. Again, this is one of the scans that I'm sharing on my homepage called the combo scan. Well, it's called this. Add combo to it. Yeah, I should. I mean, the only reason I got out of this short is because I was in a little bit early or late, and so I would love to follow that wave, but I was in a little bit late. So again, if anybody wants to know how to activate the wave on your chart, just let me know. Still haven't heard from Sebastian though, Pepe. One more time. How is Intel doing? So Intel, obviously, it has dropped a bit. There were the highs. This is the double. So if you think Intel is going to rally again, you can buy this one, INTW. You'll get two times the move if it does rally again. Plenty of volume, 3.5 million shares. So lots of volume. Okay, guys, sorry to answer some emails, but INSG, let's take a look at it again. And is it continuing down on a gap up and reversal? Not seeing a lot of follow through, guys. I mean, here's the NFY. Yeah, I don't expect, these things don't have to just keep ripping higher, but these are big drops percentage wise. Not seeing a lot of follow through on these cheap ones. Still, I still am holding out later. Later could be sooner than than the afternoon, of course, but the GXAI that maybe later takes out that 220 again. and just goes on a great run. Yeah, so far I'm glad I resisted the urge on the BSLK. Ooh. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to recharge my keyboard. Just give me a moment. Hopefully I don't have to do any typing. Okay, XYF. What is this one? Is a gap up and reversal. The next low problem is the next low is pretty close, 220 or sorry, 1227 on the weekly chart. So there's not enough room for me to take this one. All right, this is from our AI guys. WYX, sorry, WYHG is from our AI. Wow, you can kind of see if they can get over two. I'm going to put a price alert around 197 because look at the room this has got. Ah, okay. You know what? This is one of those horror. I'll bet if I see it, look at it on a daily chart. Yeah, that day right there. Now this is one of those China stocks that just collapse out of nowhere. I think maybe not. Yeah, right here, right here. This was up at $12, and then it got halted right around here, 905. Opened at 183. So yeah, so I mean, if you're into if you're into a bounce play, maybe, but I'm not as interested now that I've seen that this is one of those ones. Well, this one's got some room. Vision Wave. Look at the room it's got. 1023. So keep an eye on this one, guys. Vision Wave, VWAV. Just over 9. The volume, well, the relative volume is terrible, but that's because it's looking back here also, I guess. Yeah, looking back here when it had. So I mean, it's skewed because of the massive volume it had on this day. This day meaning being, let's see, the 28th of July. The spread is not great. 901, 915, not great. But boy, it's got room. So again, this is a way if you thought Palantir, PLTR was going to keep moving down, this is a way in which you can buy this one. You're not shorting it, you're buying it, anticipating Palantir will keep moving down, and you'll get double the move. Palantir right now is probably down about 6.5%. How do I get that virtual keyboard again? Okay, guys. Well, the BSLK is teasing me again. Let's take a look. You see, this is what I mean. If you saw this spread right here, you go, okay, not bad. 825, 830. Let's see if they yank that bid. Let's just see. So far, they haven't yanked it. 29.33. See, now, I mean, if the spread was 2 cents all the time, yeah, you'd say great. I'm just going to keep this up here. Well, now it looks like it's going to run. The spread is not terrible. Ah, looks like it's going to run now. Yeah, now it's running. Now the spread is tightened. Yeah, I mean now the spread is fine. Well, if you took it, guys, the next high, I mean, it's got a lot of room. Obviously, 950, 950. Oh, now it is just ripping higher. Look at this, ripping higher. Well, I mean, there's an example of using the reentry, but it wasn't, wasn't easy. But there's a reentry at 832. It's the only one so far that there is a reentry. Remember, the reentry is just halfway between the original alert price and the stop. So halfway between 845 and 820 is 832. You can see none of the other ones. There has not been a reentry. What would happen? Excuse me. This is the only one I think that's hit the stop. So for this one to have a reentry, it would have to get halfway between 1054 and 1022. Doesn't look promising. Yeah, you're right, Hermes. With the PRFX, I mean, obviously it had the pop early on, but just could not sustain. Well, and look at that. Yeah, I did not. That's the one I did not have shorts available for me. A red line that was showing a resistance area, and that certainly helped. Ah, maybe, yeah, William. So Nvidia, is negative on the day. red on the day. I mean, it's still up 89%. Just could not sustain the, now, later on in the day, I mean, you never know. I mean, there's the VWAP is at around 277 right now. You know, if it gets over, in fact, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put a price alert around 3 and see later on in the day if it takes out 3 and starts to move again. New one here, guys, YSXT. YSXT is showing up, 6% move right here, and the next high, 232, if it can get through. Not enough room. It's that simple for me anyway, just not enough room. A lot of volume coming in, 19 times normal. China stock, it's right at that high now, 231, looking left, but then the next high, I mean, look, if I bought it at 226 and it got up to 250, that'd be awesome, but I mean, I always think that people will start getting out of it before it hits that high. So, now if the next high looking left had been, 295, way better. Always looking for things that have more room. And just because it has more room doesn't mean it's gonna get there, of course, but I just like taking, chart resistance, potential chart resistance as one of the reasons why a stock won't go up, out of the equation. Okay, I can certainly help you there. Is it, Wei Dong in our YouTube room? So, I'm surprised that, okay, first of all, this is what you, in my opinion anyway, this is the box or the, screen you should be looking at for the AI. So first of all, I want to make sure you can hear me and see my screen before I keep going. I'm talking to Wei Dong in our YouTube room. Just need to know you can hear me and see my screen, and I'll show you what I think you could do. What I do anyway. So I just need a couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Okay. Well, I can't help you on the option side, but if you click on new, okay. So I know just I was talking specifically to Wei Dong because he's asking a question. Okay. So if you click on new from the toolbar and you see I've got 3 that start off with premium AI, click on premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. When you do that, this is what you should see. Now, what you might see is check, I would uncheck the profitable trades. But what you were saying, here is your exit price. Okay. That is your stop or your stop price right there. Sorry, there's your stop. So if you don't have that column for some reason, you can just add it. It should be it should be the default. It should have obviously the alert price and the stop price. But if you don't have that, you just have to right click and click on columns, and it's in alphabetical order. You just go down and click on stop price. Left click on it to highlight it, and then left arrow it over, and then that'll be added. So does that make sense? Could you do that? And because you said you don't see recommendations for the stop, it's right here. Now that's also assuming you're using our downloadable application. Well, then you don't want to follow the AI stop price. Any particular reason why you don't wanna follow the AI stop price? You don't have to, but so what you're talking about here is you're going to tools. I say I don't use this at all, but okay, options, and you're talking about, AI trade size, and then your stop. So you're willing to risk $1,000 on the trade. You're not gonna see that here then, I don't think. You're not gonna see that here. So I'm not quite sure I understand your question then. So your risk is based on the stop loss. Now you've gotta go in though, and I mean, you can I mean, that's a pretty big, stop, but I guess it depends on your account size. Well, I can't hear no, I can read your posts. I can't, there you cannot talk to me. I can read your posts. So you say so you're going in options and you're putting $1,000 here, risk based on a stop loss. So you're willing to risk 1,000. The default is 100, of course, but is there any reason why you won't use the stop price that is generated by the system? I mean, whether you're going to risk 1,000 or 100, that's just going to share size you. So because your original question is you're using Holly AI, but it doesn't seem to provide a recommendation for the stop. Well, this is the stop price. This is the stop price that Holly has generated for you. Whether you're risking $1,000 on the trade or $100 on the trade, then it's just going to share size you. But that is the stop that is generated by Holly. If you can see what I'm pointing at. So, for instance, for instance, well, it's still your well, of course. I mean, if you don't agree, but the question you asked the question, it looks like it doesn't provide the recommendation for the stop. This is the recommendation for the stop. So in theory, if you had taken this stock at 845 and you're willing to risk $1,000 on the trade, you would have taken 4,000 shares. Okay, because the stop is 25 cents away. So I mean, I'm not, you're willing to risk. No, it's not based on your input. I mean, if you're going to follow the I mean that stop price is. But if your input, if you're willing to, like I think you said, you want to risk $1,000 a trade. So if you're following the AI, to the penny, you entered at 845 and your stop is 820, that's 25 cents away. So you would have taken 4,000 shares, okay? Because if it got stopped out times the 25-cent loss, that would be the $1,000. It's not gonna be no, it's not based on, well, you have no input to the AI really. I mean, this is what you see. You have a suggested entry, you have a suggested stop. That's it. How you're gonna trade it will be up to you, and how many shares you're gonna take, will be based on your stop, not your stop, but your risk amount, your risk amount. I think I can use my keyboard. Just give me a moment. So now you see what's happened here is now I've risked $1,000 a trade. And now you see how this profit is. But it's the profit factor that is going to be. If I put it back down to 100, you see how this is moving now. But if I put it back to $100 a trade, see, right now we're at $6,400, risking $1,000 a trade. Now you see what's happened. It's 1/10 of that. Does that make sense? You cannot. I mean, if you're going to follow the AI, there's your stop price. Now it's unbelievable in terms of the BSLK. Unbelievable. Not unbelievable. We've seen this before. I just got. Let's see what the spread is. See, now the spread is fine for a stock like this. Ticks me off. Okay, you're. I think you. No, if you're saying, okay, I have to try one more time, I guess. If you're saying that your loss, you're willing to risk $1,000 a trade, and you're going to base it on our AI, there's your stop. You're not the stop price. Thank you, Becky. The stop price is not going to change. All that's changing is your share size. How many shares you're going to take. The stop price is fixed. That is the stop price for the AI. Okay, you cannot adjust that. That is generated by the system. If you're gonna if you want to risk $1,000 a trade, again with a 25-cent stop, you would take 4,000 shares. Now, if you want to have your own stop, that's fine. But if you're looking at, but the question was, it does. How come it doesn't automatically generate a stop price? Well, it does. Are you trading in a simulator, Wei Dong? Or are you actually trading the AI with real money? So when you say $800, again, I mean, this is just, so if I put $800 here, now it gets adjusted. Now, if you would have got stopped out though, here's the problem. I mean, of course, well, you know, but if you obeyed the stop, I don't know, like where did you take the SLK? I mean, now of course it's awesome, but it was a challenge. But if you had taken it at 8:45, right at the alert, you would have got stopped out. Yes. And, later on, if you keep following it, now it's a tremendous increase. So I'm not sure if I've answered your question, but there's the stop. Okay, there is the stop. If you're going to follow the AI stop and you get in around that entry price, well, that share size is you based on how your share size will be based on how much you're willing to risk on the trade. And if there's again, I just use the easy math on this one. If you're risking $1,000 a trade, then you're going to take 4,000 shares here. Yeah, you would have got stopped out, but it came back later. But you don't have to. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say though, you may have looked at this at 8:45 and said, "Well, I don't like my stop at 8:20." Even though that's what's been generated, I would like it at some other price. You can do that, and then you have to subtract the difference between your entry and your stop, and then that will share size you. Oh man, ticked off, guys. I should be in this one. I mean, the spread tightened up, and I just didn't take it. Okay, okay, I understand. 3,156 shares is about $800. Sure, but maybe you're risking too much. I mean, I don't know what your account size is. You don't have to tell me, but I know what is your point then exactly? If you're willing, if you're risking $800, you're right. You would have taken 3,156 cents. You would have taken 3,156 shares if you're willing to risk $800, and you got in right at 8:45, and you stopped yourself out at 8:20. Oh, what a move now. Okay, we're not understanding something then, or I'm not understanding. Sorry. I mean, there's the stop that's generated by the AI. Okay, stop price. It is generated. That is it. You cannot change that stop. Okay. So wherever you get in, if you're going to obey that stop, you would subtract. You would find whatever the difference is. Stop price is not okay. The stop price is not coming from there. The stop price is generate. This is the stop price all day long. Okay, all day long. It doesn't change. It doesn't mean you have to obey it. I mean, but you're asking. Your original question was, how come it's not? How come I don't see the suggested stop price? Does it has no bearing on how many shares you take? Okay, I would greatly reduce your risk. You know, I don't know what your account size is, but if you said you took two $800 losses, I would reduce your risk before maybe you sort of understand. And if you're going to use the stop price, this is not change. Now, obviously, if you got into the trade at 8:45 and it's working for you, you're not going to wait. You're not going to allow yourself to get stopped out at 8:20. You'd be, assuming the trade started working, just like, you're going to manage your exits on the way up. But all that does is share size you at the beginning. If you believe in that stop. Okay, am I missing something other than not being in this PSLK trade? Yeah, okay, you're right. The stop. This was a short. This was a short. But according to this, it never got. You never. If you'd taken it, you wouldn't have got stopped out. The stop price is 37.08. There was the alert right there. I don't think it got to 37.08. So you wouldn't have been stopped out if you obeyed that. Well, you know what, Wei Dong? Chris is probably going to be in our YouTube room in about 18 minutes, and he's more of an expert on using brokerage. Well, with the AI and this tool up here. Okay, so maybe he'll understand what you're talking about. But I'm sorry, I just don't understand. Well, it does. Can you not see that it provides a suggested entry and a suggested stop? That's all the AI is doing. Nothing to do with your settings. All your settings are doing up here, all your settings are doing up here is saying, okay, if I obey, if I get in at the entry and I get in at out at the stop, I'm on a risk $800, $1,000, $100. Okay, that's risk based on the stop loss. There's the stop loss. All you're doing is inputting your risk. That's what you're doing. You're inputting your risk, which is going to share size you. But if you're obeying everything else, that's what it's doing for you. As Pepe is saying, the settings only change your entry size. The entry size. Boy, what a bounce, guys! This was at one point a gap down and go, or a gap up and reversal, and then now it has reversed again. Oh man, way down. I mean, we're going around in circles. You do not have to decide the stop price. Holly decides the stop price for you. I'm not. I don't know how many. I don't know how else to explain it. That stop price is right there. That is the stop price. What you decide is how many shares you're going to take based on how much you're willing to risk on the trade. That's what you have to decide. The stop price is decided right there. Now, if you want to obey, the AI, but that's what you asked. There is a stop that is generated by Holly right there, pointing at it in the stop price column. What you have to decide is how much you're willing to risk on the trade in terms of dollars, and then that will share size you. Okay, guys, 11:46. So in about 14 minutes. Oh man, I think you know what? I don't know if you're kidding me, Wei Dong. The, the stop price remains the same. Okay, if the settings you're talking about is how much you're willing to risk, the stop price will always remain the same. It's just your share size on the trade will change depending on how much you're willing to risk on the trade. Okay, the stop price remains the same. The potential entry remains the same throughout. So if you're talking about changing the setting up here, risk based on stop loss right there, that's what you can control, how much you're willing to risk on the trade, dollar wise. That's where that's what you have to decide. Okay. Once you decide that, and if you're and it's then it's going to be based on the stop. Just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, sorry about that. As you can hear, yeah, Wei Dong, I don't think you're just not getting it. The how many shares you take has no bearing on the stock price. I mean, it doesn't change the stock price. Okay, the stock price. Okay, good. But what I would do before so that you maybe understand it a little bit better, is reduce your risk. I mean, again, I don't have to know what your account size is, but you're going to risk $1,000 or $800 a trade. I reduce your risk a lot, like risk in terms of how much you're willing to to risk dollar amount on the trade. Yes, the 800 decides how many shares you take. Yes, yes. I think we got it. Oh, this has ticked me off like you wouldn't believe. This BS, well, there'll be another one. There will be another one. Still has room, guys. I mean, 14. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course. Well, of course, that's completely up to you, Wei Dong. You know, if it hits the AI stop price and you decide you don't want to get out, I mean that's completely up to you, right? You know, you look at a 15-minute chart on this, and now it looks awesome because look, I mean, you had this right here. I had my alert set at 8:45, and it took it out. Well, that assumes that you're still in the trade. I mean, it just assumes that you're still in the trade. You know, it's still going to count if you didn't exit. You know, this is just math, of course, but it's just saying, okay, you know, if you got in at 8:45 and you're still in this trade at 11:45, even though it hit the stop, but if you don't take it out at the stop, that's what that percentage means right there. But the other thing too is you always have an opportunity for what we call a reentry. So if a stock hits the stop price at any time, which it did, and then gets halfway between that entry and the exit, the stop price, which is 8:32 in this case, you could have taken it at 8:32. But that's what this is doing. I mean, it's just how, like, if you didn't exit the trade at all, you're up 33%. Yes, the AI will get out of every trade by the end of the day, and I think you're right around 3:55. If it doesn't hit the stop, now there is an algorithm that can kick in. Okay, so for instance, if a stock was moving higher and then it started to drop, and you're still in sometimes an algorithm will kick in and keep you in a profit position or get you out before the stop. Sometimes there is an algorithm that will do that, but technically you're right. If it doesn't hit the stop, it'll be. But listen, the AI is way better used, like managing the trades on your own. Okay. Well, for instance, what if BSLK? What if it hadn't hit the stop earlier? Okay, and it was moving higher, higher, higher. I mean, you've got to be able to manage this trade to take some off. I mean, that is a tremendous move. You would never wait for it to come back to the stop and take a loss on something that now you're up, a huge amount of money, or well, a huge percentage anyway, depending on how much you risk. And as far as profit is concerned, again, that's why we don't have a profit target on any of these, because you have to have some trading experience, to look at some of these things and say, man, this popped up, got up to what, 1160, and then it came right back down to 1040. I probably should take some profit here, right? And I'm not going to let it come all the way back down to where I got in. But if a trade is still working, I mean, it's still in theory working. There is no target price. There is no target price. That's what I'm saying. It's up to you to manage the trade. There's no auto trading. Yeah, I mean, there's no auto trading the AI. Okay, guys, I will be taking a break in about 4 minutes. Chris is going to be in our YouTube room, taking over for me in our YouTube room. So before I do that, I'll put the give me a moment. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. So there is the YouTube link. Okay, if you guys want to head over. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. There's no auto trading the AI. Okay, there's no auto trading to get in. There's no auto trading to get out. You have to manage the trade. So that's what Pepe is saying. It's not going to get for this, it gets out at 355. Yes, but it's not going to. If you're still in the trade, it doesn't have access to your account, and it's not going to get you out of the trade at 355. Hey guys, here's my message. Just waiting for Chris to show up. And I'll be grumbling and doing my video on BSLK. And ride the wave, guys. Look at that wave. Look at that blue wave on the 5 minute. What? Okay, guys, just waiting for Chris to pop into our YouTube room. No news on it today, but this was the news a few days ago. I think it's a crypto play. A lot of noise in the background, probably you guys can hear. The mowers are full force this morning. It is a Tuesday, Rich. Yep. don't think there's any leaf blowers going yet, just the mowers. Okay, guys, BSLK, so another 7% move up here within a 5-minute period. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so even if I thought, okay, it's going to run out of steam, I heard a little pop. So, guys, I think Chris is in our YouTube room now. I will mute myself in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And I can, again, for the second day in a row, back the returning champion, Chris Varley. I don't think you can hear me.
Well, I can, but I'd have to unmute myself to respond or for you to at least hear
Okay.
it. So I was talking to myself in mute.
Well, you sound good today. You sound actually, your mic sounds good today.
All right. I wouldn't be surprised if I sound a little congested. I don't know if I've got a cold or fall allergies are kicking in early over here.
Well, you've got a kid. So.
Yeah, well, you know, she's 12, moving into the 13 range now, so she's not quite the Dream Factory she used to be.
Oh, okay. But she's got friends that she's hanging around with.
That is also true. That is also true.
Anyway, Mr. Varley, tell me you took BSLK. I know you didn't. Because you're not.
I absolutely did not.
Okay.
I just kind of saw it right now on my my race that it's won 18 times now.
Yeah, that's also an AI alert.
Wow. All right. Oh yeah, look at that right there. What an alert too.
Well, it looks better now, but it wasn't easy at the beginning. It was a horrible spread, sometimes a 20, 30-cent spread.
Yep.
And I talked myself out of it, even though it was moving and the spread was tightening, but I kept wondering, are they going to just yank it? But they didn't. And well, there'll be another one, right, Chris? There will be another one.
In fact, I bet there might be one tomorrow.
That's right. Okay, my friend, I'll let you go. Or I'll let myself go, I should say. I'll see you in about an hour.
Sounds good. We'll see you then.
Okay, bye-bye.
All righty. All right, everybody. So, I forgot to change the screen. There we go. You should have eyes on my screen now. I'm back at it in the saddle again today. Happy Tuesday to you all. I am a little plugged up and congested here, so if I go silent for a moment, I've either got a little coughing fit going on or a sneeze coming. But as per usual, open forum here. So get those questions into me. Don't be shy. As I like to say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. Yeah, what a move, BSLK, but you know, you got those big spreads, like he said. That's not easy, regardless of the price movement itself. The spreads alone are a big enough headache. But not bad on the 5-minute chart. That move up, not too much on the top and bottoming shadows. Basing at that 8 level, and really just exploded. So again, open forum here, folks. Get those questions in for me. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. No questions. All right. All right, fair enough. We'll look at some of these others from this race here and hope that some questions come in at some point. So NVFY, who are you? What did you do today? So kind of just skipping along here for a little bit on that 5-minute chart. And then some huge burst of volume comes in here. And shot itself up, giving it up. I don't think I'm going to return back to where it was, but you never know. You never know. What do we got? SMST. So short monster. I believe that's MicroStrategy, right? I'm pretty sure it's MicroStrategy. For those of you that like those inverse ETFs. GXAI. Who are you? What are you doing? This one tougher trader than some of the others we looked at here at those topping and bottoming shadows, really all over the place. Not my cup of tea. PGEN. Let's see here. Yeah, same kind of thing. I mean, you get this big opening 5-minute bar and a pullback, give up most of it. Moves up for 25 minutes or so and a pullback like that. A lot of volume in these stocks, a lot of liquidity anyways. Definitely none of these are anything I'd be too interested in personally, even if I was day trading. And the same thing here. Some ugly charts at this point. Again, folks, open forum here. So if you have questions, please get those in for me. Don't be shy. LASC, big gap and just kind of fading for the day. Defended the 4 level. A lot of volume, a lot of liquidity. Perhaps could get itself going again. Let's see, PLTZ, it's probably going to be a Palantir. Short Palantir. Let's look at Palantir. And so Palantir doing a bit of death curl right here. Let's see what happens. Initial positive reaction to earning, negative afterwards. Filled the gap here. Gaps do like to be filled, so let's see if it can find itself some support here and build off of that gap fill. They're based on change from the open. They're just slightly different. I'll do the one on the left first, the top list base on it. So if we open the top list here, let's see here, configure. And so it's looking at stocks $2 to $30. It traded at least 400,000 shares on the day, 85% above the lower Bollinger Band and got this little volumetric intraday here just to make sure that the stock's trading consistently. I don't want to look at anything that trades 5,000 shares, doesn't trade for half an hour, trades 10,000 shares, doesn't trade for an hour, so on and so forth like that. Use the Bollinger Band to try to find things that are breaking out towards the top side. In the spirit of John Bollinger, Bollinger Bands, the very simplified version of them is that break a top band is momentum up, break a lower band, momentum down. I am aware that many people, and a more popular way to use them these days, is a revision to the mean on the band, but that's not what I was doing there. And then on the sort, I want the stocks that meet that criteria, that are up the most from the open, populating the top of the list. So that's what we got there. And then inside the race itself, we're running 3-minute races. Do it as a total accumulation from the open and a descending order from the open like that. That's what I got going on there. This one here, underlying top list, is going to be looking at stocks between $8 and $30, traded 550,000 shares on the day. And that same volume idea behind there, again, sorting the stocks that meet that criteria, that are up the most from the open. And then the race setup, kind of similar, 3-minute races, total accumulation, and descending order on that. So very similar, little price difference, and one using some Bollinger Bands, the other not, to try to find some momentum in those two regards. So that's what we got going on there. So keep them coming. If you folks have more questions for me, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Please, please, please. Get those in for me. So, yeah, we were talking about Palantir before. That's all I got there. Kind of a day in the market here. At 60-minute chart, just a few days of run sideways, a little curl this way. Sitting up here in the nosebleed seats of all-time highs again. And the summer lulls and preparation for what's generally the most volatile month of the year, September. So we'll see how that all shakes itself out here over the next few weeks into, and then a few weeks through September. The same thing here across the board. Qs probably looking about the same, more than less, if they ever decide to load. I don't know why my software is struggling so badly right now. But just hold on. There we go. So yeah, more than less with the Qs, the same thing there. Sitting around the nosebleed sections, a little less time across than what we saw with the SPYs. Curling down here, maybe find some support at the 570, maybe not. We'll just have to wait and see. Diamonds. There we go. Diamonds. Marched its way up here into that all-time high range and just kind of sitting up there right now. So same thing. Funny enough, you got that increase of volume, strangely enough, here in summer right there. Maybe it's taking a little dive down here. We'll see how that all finishes out the next couple of weeks as well. So these are the things I'd be keeping an eye on. This more as a swing trader, I think, than a day trader, but to each their own how they want to digest that data. Again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Please don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. Good to hear. Good to hear. Always like to hear people having a good day. That positive energy flowing around. Look at some sectors, I guess, if nobody's got questions. Oh, we got the homies here. Those are home builders. Kind of just grinding out these higher highs and higher lows. Let's see where they get to here. Not looking too shabby, though. Home sector is always an important one for the U.S. market. This is going to be real estate here. Really no man's land at this point. I'm just kind of riding out no man's land. Get some highs back here. And really just riding it out at this point. So not something we want to see for the bulls. However, we've had quite the market bounce into new all-time highs without this really doing a whole lot of anything. What else is noteworthy here? We talk about the IYR, I guess, or IYT. Also real estate, but same kind of charts going on for that. And the IYT, your transports. So looks like a recent rebalancing here. So, they're sitting all right. Can I give an opinion on ASTS? We can do some technical analysis on it. Oops, that's ASTA. So let's see. So let's see here. A whole lot of not much, and then a march up, a pullback, a march up, and a pullback. Looks like kind of a mixed bag after earnings. I'm trying to maybe settle into this area for some support here. Volume continues to die down on it. And it looks like, every time it starts to try to get running, it gets sold off here each day for a few weeks now. Same thing all the way through these days. It doesn't look like there's any outside interest in it right now. What do I mean by that? Look at the relative volume sitting there at 0.74. So even though this thing's traded, just shy of 4 million shares, there's no real extra interest in it or extra juice to move the price of this right now. So kind of living there. I'd say if it breaks down this level, though, look out below. There's not really much support below that. You can start to look at if it drops this area in here. where are you coming to afterwards? Down here maybe, or down here. So those would be the things I'm looking at for there to the downside. You're gonna need either going to need the market to get rolling back up again for it to have a chance of rolling back up, or it's going to need something to happen to bring interest back into it to do this again. But other than that, it's kind of asleep and selling off at this point, slowly selling off at this point for whatever reasons. Good morning, Snowman. How are you? Oh, sorry, I missed this. I'm new to this. No idea how it works. Is there a start up guide on which stock to buy? No, we don't. There's no startup guide on what to buy or sell. It's a software for idea generation, and kind of you trade or invest accordingly to your trading plan and the data that you're seeking from this. There are some, we'll call them buy signals in the software. There's, Holly has a set of buy signals with a stop that's attached to them. But again, still got to be a trader, still got to manage those. And then we have our trade wave that you can see on my charts here with the blue B's and yellowish orange S's. But they're not, it's not financial advice in that regard. So I can give you some links to those two items that are there. Just give me a moment. Let me look for some videos that I could share with you. And you can look at those on your, you don't have to look at those now because we're here live together, but maybe pocket those for later. So this is going to be a video on Holly for you to take a look at your leisure. And this will be a video on the trade wave as well for you to take a look at your leisure. If you're really just getting started with the software, though, what I would highly recommend is before you can do much of anything, you really got to get the basics down so you can get some context of things. That's our education page, and there's a getting started series that I did there. I would really recommend taking about half an hour, 40 minutes, whatever it is, and going over that getting started series when you have a chance as well. And then if you have specific software questions right now, I'm, of course, happy to go over those as well for you. So, we're together live right now. So I would like to, or I prefer, get you any answers on the software that you have with questions now. And then, of course, you can use those videos that I shared later, start going over and start putting some, context to some of the terms and words that we would use around here for the software. Again, folks, don't be shy. Get the questions in. Go back over some of these sectors again, I guess. So what I'm looking for here is TAN, because I saw TAN was way up yesterday. Up the last couple days. And a good day to you, my friend. So yeah, TAN was up pretty good the last couple of days, and then giving some back. It's off its bottom here. The market kind of crashing out a few months ago. Well, this thing has been in a falling knife downtrend for a very long time. We'll see what happens here. Solar stocks can get going if they have any believers in them. But I just happened to notice that it was way up for sectors yesterday. And so I thought, let's give it a look now. How do you use smart risk level? It'd be however you'd like to use it. I don't personally use it, but some people want to use it as a stop or a guide for a stop. That's all. So if I right click and come to properties, show smart risk levels, and put those on my chart here. The swing exit, that's going to be your low over the last 20 days. That's why I like the multi-period low, actually. I always did like that swing exit. And the smart stop is it's a formula of ATR and volatility. And then the target that it gives you there, that's just 2 times the stop. Whereas Steve does Thursdays. I do Mondays. I do most Tuesdays. And then Steve does Thursdays. Andy does Fridays. So, Henry, if you have specific questions on the smart risk level, let me know. But I don't personally use it. We can add it to charts here. Where are you? There you go. Smart risk level. Bang. There we go. So very good, very good. Keep the questions coming. Keep the questions coming. Is there a trick to getting crosshair sync to work? I turn it on each. I don't use crosshair sync, so let's take a look here. Property. I don't use crosshairs on it. Bear with me for a second. Let me test something. Perhaps it doesn't work. I've never used it. I've never used crosshairs in my entire life. Let's see something here. Okay, so it looks like it's not working on the browser charts is what it is, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because I can see it. Yeah. Yeah, it's working on these non-browser charts. So, yeah. No, I'm not crazy. You're not crazy. All right, so the browser charts looks like it doesn't work. I don't know if that's by design or not. I'll inquire. I go into the dev meeting at the top of the hour. Does not work on HTML charts. Okay. Yeah, so Richard, 4 years ago, we didn't have the browser charts. So that's what it is. If you uncheck those browser charts, we can do that. Please check SLV. Sure, what would you like me to check about it? Give me a second. I'll get rid of these crosshairs. So if you uncheck the browser, you'll get the crosshair sync back. SLV. What's SLV? What are you doing, Silver Trust? Yeah, so it looks like, got this kind of base that it did here, double bottom maybe. You want to stretch it out like that. Struggle to break this level here. Finally breaks it, and testing back down at that level again. So it looks like taking its time, kind of rolling itself. Not a lot of interest there today, it looks like, as far as the volume goes. Plenty of liquidity. You really see some fading volume here on it. So that's what we're looking at as far as SLV goes. Zoom in a little more. There's too much crap on my chart. There we go. Well, yeah, it looks like an interest wanes in it at the moment. Stuck down here with this range. It's moving towards the lower end of that range. So I'd look for it to possibly try to defend this area. If it can defend that area, it might be able to get itself moving back up over that. If not, I'd be looking out for a gap fill down to this way. That's what I'd be looking at there. This is a downside to using or not using. If you don't use the browser charts, you don't have the picture-in-picture. Some people love it, some people don't, but you use that. You can't do this with the charts. You see I can kind of pull and grab the charts and all that. You don't have the trade wave without the browser. You have this new chart trading without the browser. So those are the big ones that I'd be looking at. How do you change the time frame on those? Yeah, just there's a little clock in the corner here. You can use that clock in the corner, or you can click into that little one and scroll just like you would with the chart. Hold Control and then scroll your mouse wheel. It's a little slow reacting, but it works. Truth be told, I like my charts as simple as possible. I don't like things on my charts at all. But I put them up here so that folks understand and know that we have these different items. Sorry, I closed my daily chart. So let me put that back up here. There we go. Got a daily chart again. Also with the browser chart, you have this drawing tool over here. Draw lines like this. They don't superimpose, unfortunately, to other charts though. But you can, do this and change the thickness of those lines. You can emojis on your charts, add text to your charts. And some other fancy stuff that you can do here. But unfortunately, like I said, those don't translate to the other charts versus if we were on the legacy charts here. You can use the markup instead. I can draw a horizontal line right there, and you're going to see it's kind of come across here in a second. There it is. So you can see how, and if I move it here, it moves over there. So that's the one big advantage to me for the legacy charts. But to each their own, what they prefer. Oh, you know what else is on the, if you're on our beta on the browser charts, you have these, whatever the last alert was that would have been triggered on this stock. So, you know, we had a 15-minute low that happened. And there's some different controls in the browser chart up here for different things, the right padding, zoom controls. You know, if you want to control the chart, zoom from down here, you know, stuff like that. So don't be shy. Don't be shy. Keep the questions coming. Keep the questions coming. No other questions right now. All right, let's mess around in the let's mess around back in the world of sectors, I guess. What's hot and cold on the year? Diamonds living up here, living the good life up here. Got your retail living the good life up here right now. Wow, autonomous driving, ain't that something? RSP. This is the one I like to keep my eye on. This is the equal weighted S&P 500. Well, it hasn't quite eked out a new all-time high yet itself. Looks like it did that back here. But holding up nicely. This is one of those ETFs. When everybody's telling you that you know, the entire market's supported by 7 stocks, you can look at this and see if they're full of crap or not. Emerging markets. Didn't have that on my bingo card. But there we go. Looking real nice, emerging markets here. You got China stocks, the large caps here. Really kind of grinding themselves out. Up higher. So you have this massive move that they did back here. The pullback. Taking that level out now. Assaulting this level up here. Kind of big deal as far as China goes. It's been a long time since China's gotten rolling. What do I like most about trade ideas? Well, it's changed over the years, but right now, It's really simplified my trading. It's really simplified my trading. That's what I like most. Um, I have just a few scans that I really like to use at this point. I'm very simplistic in what I use. I like our charts. You know, um, you can dial those charts up with all kinds of items on it, or you just have nice plain charts, which is what I like. A couple just clean indicators. Brokerage Plus is a mixed bag for me. It's a mixed bag for me. A long time ago, Brokerage Plus was very simplified. Just had some big buy and sell buttons on it, set a stop, set a target. I liked it when it was like that. It was, really it was made to, it was improved upon, let's say, to make it more like a broker interface, unfortunately, for me. And so I moved away from it after that. But it is nice to be able to see all your trade blotter in one spot, real easy, manage your trades from there, right in the software with it as well. So you will get no disagreement with me on that there. So keep them coming, keep them coming, keep the questions coming, please, please, please. Don't be shy, don't be shy. What else? We're messing around with this. PBW, look at you, clean energy. I'm always banging on this thing. There you are. Clean energy. Look at that. Still looks terrible. It looks less terrible. Who are our worst performers for the yeah, the color on the charts is nice for those that want to do that. Yeah, right click, chart style. Really mess around with that in here. Before I go messing with my chart, hold on. Do something fun like that. My eyes do not like that, though. I'll tell you that right now. That's much nicer for my eyes. There we go. And for those that, like, on the chart style here, you don't have to do candlesticks. You can use, you want a line chart, right? You like bar charts? Want some area? High, low close. And of course, open, high, low close. So, for those that want those kinds of things, do all sorts of other stuff here. And one thing that doesn't get used or talked about much, we do have comparison charts. For those that are interested in such things. You can see how clean energy is performed relative to the SPY, the Qs, and Apple, for example, right here. There are so many features in this software. So many, so many, so many. So we got a little bit of time left here. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Keep those questions coming, please. Is it possible to change font size in specific windows only? No, unfortunately, it is not. Sorry. The only font you can really change, you can change it here with the small, normal, or large for the single stock window. And then if you go to Tools, Options, General, this will change some of your font sizes in some of the windows, and that's your only option there. Those are the only font change options. I learned from Barry's Andy does swing trade channel. Are there any doc channels I do? No, I don't do any channels. I mean, I do the swing pick newsletter or video. I don't know how much longer we're going to be doing a video for that. It was something, I decided to add several months ago, but some schedule changes are going to come up for me, and I don't know that I'll be able to do those videos anymore. But if you go to a doc channel bar, you look for, where the hell is it? Swing picks. This welcome screen here, this is mostly me that does this. But again, I don't know how much longer I'll be doing this video for that I've been doing here for a little bit. So, the swing picks is we take this this window here after the market closed on Friday, and we take the top 5 stocks that are there and give a little something about each one of them essentially, and a little market recap on it. So the swing picks was originally just it was just an email with those 5 stocks and some levels on those 5 stocks and a quick blurb about the SPY. That was an email product for standalone thing for people that just wanted a couple of stock ideas for the week as swing ideas. It's evolved a little bit over the years, but doesn't get a whole lot of traction. For this channel, I mean, yeah, Andy does the Trader's Eye, not this channel. Andy does I don't know where the Trader's Eye is anymore. Is that here? Nope, that's not what I wanted. Must be in the regular channel bar. Yeah, Trader's Eye. If I click on it, I'm going to lose my layout, and I don't want to lose my layout. But the Trader's Eye is done by Andy. So the Swing Picks channel, I didn't design the channel. I just the welcome page that's there. I'm the one that kind of handles that stuff from week to week. But the rest of what's there, someone else had built a long time ago. Yeah, Andy does a great job with that. He puts out an email each day about it, I believe. I believe he sends out an email each morning with a video. He goes over a few different things from some of his scans. All right, 12:51 already. That happens quick, I guess. So keep them coming, keep them coming. If you got questions, a few more minutes that I'll hang around here for. Oh, what else is happening? Yeah, I'd highly recommend looking at that Trader's Eye. Andy does a phenomenal job. Cloud computing, wasn't this up earlier in the year, like way up? Am I mistaken? Yeah, it was pretty up. Not so much anymore. What else for swing traders? I mean, you could always check out some of the Market Explorer scans. On the site, I don't know that there's anything else on the site for swing traders, really. Market Explorer scans, depending on what you're looking for here. And some different items that are in here. Obviously, the trade wave ones that are in there. You got TTM squeeze on daily. Some different flags, tight bases, stuff like that. As far as the site goes, I don't know that we have a whole lot else. Got a bunch of ebooks here. This is our support page on the site. You scroll down, there's some different ebooks that are there that you could always get into if you want. That some of the people that have been here, still here, left here, have contributed to. So here's that. There you go. You want to take a look there. Yeah, right-click the window and select strategy. The user's guide should go over that with you, actually. So you click the user's guide for the Market Explorer, you'll get this. And should be a video that explains how to do that all. And right here it shows, available scans, right-click, and select strategy. So that's what this is trying to tell you here, to do that. How to take a picture of a chart to send a printer. I would just use, I I'll just use the Windows snip tool, press Shift, Windows key, and S. And I noticed you were looking at Palantir earlier. I traded Palantir earlier. For the long term, what's your take on the next entry point on these two stocks? I don't have a take on an entry point. Sorry, Paul. I mean, we could look at the charts again. I was only looking at Palantir because there's a inverse ETF on it that was coming through on my scans. So I thought I'd look at the source. But what did I say on Palantir before? What was I looking at? Oh, this is what I was looking at. Let me zoom in. Eventually the zoom will work, I know it. So I'm looking at this here. I mean, it just filled this gap and now it's getting past it a little bit. I'd be looking for it to try to hold this gap and then try to build off of that if I want to be in it. Below this gap, though, you're coming down to this level, below that level here, you start to take your steps down real fast if you can't hold this up here. So we'll see. 150s, the next likely level below here. That's why I'd be looking at Palantir. NVIDIA, I'd never look at NVIDIA charts. But we can look at it together. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to find itself some support down this way from where it just recently broke out of a couple of weeks ago, month ago, whatever it was. So that's what I'd be looking at with NVIDIA there. And again, if this area fails, you start to look at these larger levels down below. I'm guessing it's sitting up here at all-time highs, though, right? 184. Yeah, I mean 184. It's an all-time high right there. So those would be like my personal what I'm looking at there, Paul. I don't trade these, but if they were stocks that I was interested in, and that's what I'd be looking at. That's what I would be thinking there. Whoop, I just realized the time. Let me put my earphones back in. Time flies when you're having fun.
All right, Chris, you're yawning, so get out of here.
I'm yawning because I got up at 5 o'clock this morning, my time. What's that? What's that? 2 o'clock for you, right?
That's halfway. I'm already halfway through my day by 5.
I don't know how the West Coast people do it because I'll be up at 10 o'clock at night. And you guys are up at 10 o'clock at night.
Oh, yeah. I'm still up. If I weren't married, maybe I could go to bed a lot earlier. But, but no, it doesn't work quite that way. I usually try to get to sleep at 10:30, but even that's tough. But anyway, listen, Chris, I made a mistake. I guess I was thinking when the gentleman was asking about the swing trading, I was thinking of Andy's Trader's Eye, even though I went right to the swing channel and the email pops up and all. So who actually develops that?
The swing channel?
Yeah.
That's me now.
Oh, it is completely 100% you. Well, there you go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so I do all the leg work of the page and all that, and I do the video. Then I give the video to Stephanie, and she feeds it to an AI that puts a write-up on underneath the charts that I set up in there and everything like that.
But you're coming up with the potential entries and the stops.
Yes. I mean, the potential entries are just the high of Friday. The stops, I use a combination of either what looks like an area where recent support has been.
Okay.
A lot of times that lines up with the low of 20 days, but if that's, real far out, then I'm not going, it's a real far distance. I'm not going to use that. I'm going to use something a little closer. But I count back at least 5 days on the daily candles.
Okay.
And then kind of make a judgment call from there. Essentially, it's tough because you get some of these ones that have just a lot lately over the last few months. They're just passing earnings, and so they have these these weeks where they're extremely volatile. Where you get these $20 stocks that you're up around $30, but 3 days before it was at $20. It's like you're going to put a $10 stock on a $10 stop on a $20 stock, but it was just there 2 days ago, so it could fall right back to it actually. So
of course.
It's one of those things that I was always miffed about that scan, that it finds these stocks that have made these crazy moves and wants to get into those, and I was never a fan of that, but just what I inherited.
All right. Well, okay. I will give you the kudos then from now on that. And I don't know why I was fixated on Andy, but he's the Trader's Eye.
Yeah. And you don't have to give me any kudos.
Oh, no, no.
It
Well,
could stay a mystery forever who does that channel.
okay. All right, my friend. Well, you take off and get to bed early tonight so you can have
Absolutely.
a fresh start tomorrow. Okay.
Sounds good. Bye, everyone. Take care.
There we go. I think I've screened back for people in YouTube. Sound back on in the main room. Music on in my headset. All right, guys. Hey, Bor 362, welcome. Welcome to the room. Are you new to trade ideas or just are you new to trade ideas or just new to this room or new to trade? You know what? I have a bad habit of asking several questions at once. So first of all, I'll say, okay, you're new to TI, number one. Yes, thank you, William. Are you new to trading? Okay. Obviously, you're new to the room, so we don't have to ask that. So, new to TI. So, the first thing that I hope you did, if you didn't do, I'm going to give you something to take a look at. Okay, an AOL account. You're that should be in this. Well, I'm not going to say it with what's happening. Um, okay, I'm going to put my homepage link in. Okay, I'm going to put my homepage link in, Bor. So if you click on my homepage link, now I don't know if you've already done this. I'm going to go to the education section right here. And so I'm not, if you haven't done this already, please do it. First thing you should do, just give me a moment, you're getting started with trade ideas, okay? There 8 or 9 short videos. You don't have to do the first, well, if you've already logged in, you don't have to do the first one, but this will at least get you started, okay? Now, if you've already done it, great. But if you haven't done it, please do that first. Won't take you long. Okay, you've been through them all. Okay. Now I am sharing strategies. Now you say you've got some trading experience. So, but I'll just show you. I am actually trading or sharing my strategy. I hate to call them strategies. I'm sharing scans. I'm sharing what you see on the screen. They're not strategies so much as just ideas. Okay. So again, if you click on my homepage link, here are my scans. uh, the information that I am. I should change that because they are not all scans. This is the only what we call a scan. Okay, this is a real time alert up here. This is what we call this is a tree map, and that's the biggest change in 5 minutes, either up or down. So this is what I like to see. I mean, again, I don't know what your trading style is, so it doesn't have to be what you like to see, but you want to take a look at some of the ones that I've got. Great. I won't be offended if you don't. Now, do you know how to load a scan? For instance, if you said to yourself, "Yeah, I wouldn't mind having that momentum scan that's up here." Do you know how to do it? Do you know how to, by clicking on it, do you know how to get it on your screen? Mm. So, well, but you say you're not new to trading. So, what? How have you traded in the past? And because they're all different styles. Okay, so some people like to play. Like I'm probably more of a momentum player. Like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. So you were more of a swing trader then, because that's something I don't do. I mean, we swing trade. Well, you're holding longer than a day. How's that? You're not an intraday trader. Trade it is fabulous for finding intraday moves, but An intraday move that works out well could turn into a swing trade or a longer term trade if it goes as well. So how are you identifying? So you will how what are you doing now then when you're saying you're buy and hold on news? So you're not anticipating the news. You see the news, you like the news, and then you decide, you know what, I like that news, I'm going to hold it. Is that kind of your style right now? Sort of. Okay. So you're not interested in intraday trading. You're not looking. I mean, I don't like the term day trading, but it is what it is. But intraday trading, okay, you're not interested in that. You're rather find things that maybe you want to hold for a while anyway, which is fine because we've got a couple of channels that you might like. So if you've got a busy work schedule, that basically means you cannot sit in front of a computer all day long, like a lot of us in this trading room, and of course myself. So it sounds like you definitely want to look at potential what we call swing trades, things you're going to hold for longer than, certainly longer than a day. So you might want to take a look at we have a couple of channels then that you might want to take a look at. So, and hopefully you can see what I'm going to do. If you click on new from the toolbar, and then where it says docked channel bar, and this is what you should see when you click on that. And if you click on the show more down here, then you'll see all the channels. And there are a couple of channels, the Trader's Eye, but this one, the swing picks. In fact, if we're talking about that, Chris Varley, who basically is responsible for them. They come out once a week, say Sunday night or Monday morning. And if you click on the swing picks channel, now what should happen No, sometimes it'll be behind, okay? But this is an email, well, not an email. This is the information that goes out, okay? And it talks about, and there are 5 of them a week. You don't have to take them all. Of course, you don't have to take any. But if when you're looking at them, there's a bit of a blurb. There's a potential entry, a potential stop, okay? And that's where you can take a look at 5. There are 5 of them a week. I mean, some you may not agree with. That's fine, or out of your price range, or what you don't have to take them all. You don't have to take any of them. At least you have an idea. Okay. Now, if you don't see this, it's possible that it's tucked in behind the channel. Okay, when the channel comes up, I don't know how many monitors you've got, but I've got 3 monitors. So okay, you got it. Good. So you can take a look at that. The other thing to take a look at is I don't know how it's the trader's eye. You might want to start with that, okay? Because this is there's a lot of information here, so you might just want to start with that and see how it goes. But these are swing ideas also, but it's a little more. It's not quite as cut and dried. Okay, sure. So it's best managed. Okay, if you what happens is you're not this screen will be blank before 9:40. Okay, every day 9:40. You won't get an alert until at least 9:40. You notice there was one today. So this screen will be blank until at least 9:40 every day. And what happens is when a stock meets the filter requirements of the strategies that made the cut, they will appear here. And you have now, have to take the trade right at the entry price. But this is what you're presented with. There was the time, entry price, and you do have a stop. I'm just going to answer net trader. No, no cryptocurrencies or options at all. Not just the AI. Okay, I'm talking to net trade in our YouTube room, and Andy is usually there on Friday. Yes. So that's all. That's basically what it is. You can see there were five alerts today. Now, how you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is up to you. The BSLK, it turned out to be the best one, but it wasn't the easiest one because look what happened. We had the alert at 10:03. If I look at a 15-minute chart, it actually hit the stop price, 820. So, I mean, if you'd taken it right there, you would have got stopped out. But later on in the day, this went, from about 8:45, it hit the original alert and got all the way up to $12. So, so later on in the day, it turned out to be an incredible trade. So that's why I used now. Unfortunately, I hemmed and hawed too much on it because I didn't like the spread, the difference between the bid and the ask. It was a lot wider than a penny during the first part of the day. So I sort of talked myself out of taking the trade. But bottom line is this: for me, this is a watch list. I don't. I'm always going to click on the alert, check out the charts, see if I do like what I see, and then if I do like what I see, I'll take the trade. If I don't like what I see, if I wanted to set up better, I won't take the trade. But that's basically it. It's just you wait for the alerts to happen. But if you can't sit in front of your computer all day long, because you don't know when they're going to happen. I mean, most of them are well, you can see right now that the last one was at 10:03. Most of them are within about 11 o'clock Eastern time. So that's basically it for the AI. Oh, I see net trade. You were actually talking about the money machine too. Not yeah. So yeah, we don't trade crypto or options at all. Okay, trade ideas doesn't do any of that, regardless of whether it's the money machine or the AI or a scan that you create. First timer, Miss Fitz Jiggy Ma. Okay, interesting name you got there. Welcome. Yeah, so the AI then is really not going to help you too much because if because you just don't know when they're going to come in. I would probably start off with that the swing trade channel because you'll get them. I believe you'll get them for Sunday night. Okay, Sunday night. So if you went to the channel, I think they're sent out Sunday night, so you have a chance. If not, certainly before the market opens on Monday. Okay. Then you definitely 100% cannot day trade. If you cannot, because so some of the day trades can be pretty volatile, and you've got to be even if you put a stop in, an auto stop. I mean, I just wouldn't want to. I would not want to be day trading unless I could look at the screen. So that you can start with that board and see how it works for you. Yeah, Palantir. I mean, guys. I mean, now the next low looking left is 157. That was Citron, right? Was it Citron? No, it wasn't was it Citron or Spruce Point, or who was the short seller that just knocked it? Well, it was already moving down. Okay, this was already moving down. It was Citron. Okay, you might have added a little extra oomph to the move down, but so it was a $40 target. I could have sworn I saw somebody with a $9 target on them. So a misfits. Do you have a question, or can you hear me? Can you see my screen? I'm just talking specifically to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, I was wondering if maybe this would have another late day run, but I'm talking with the BSLK. I mean, anything is possible, but we'd probably have to take out the VWAP, which is around 1047, so you'd be giving up quite a bit. But you have a downtrend, a little bit of a pop, but it's still an orange wave down. Okay, thank you, William. Okay, misfits in our YouTube room. Well, if you're trying to learn trading, okay, I'm going to give you a series of videos that you might want to take a look at. Okay, all free. I'm talking to misfits in our YouTube room. So I just put my homepage link in. So if you click on that and you scroll down a little bit, and you see where it says education right here. Click on the more info. Scroll down a little bit, and you see where it says back to basics. This is designed for people who are just starting out. Okay, and I mean it gets as basic as you want in the first video. I mean, what is a stock? So you can take a look at this, and that'll at least give you an idea, because Trade Ideas is a fantastic program, but it's useless to you unless you understand what a chart is trying to tell you. And this is not just to you or misfits, but anybody. If I click on a symbol and it's loading into my charting, and if I don't understand what it's maybe trying to tell me, then it's not going to help you. And the program is called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas, ideas based on your parameters. Parameters meaning maybe a price range you like, minimum volume that you like, certain things that you might like. Sort of whittle down the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. But just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. You have to understand, what the chart is trying to tell you. So I would start off with this, the back to basics, and once you've looked at some of them. So that's a good segue anyway for me to just take one last look at my homepage today, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, it'll be at the top. So here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay, misfits. Here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription, all I ask is that you do use my promo code, whatever it is. It will change from time to time on my homepage. And why? Because it will help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for the subscription, and the company tracks how many people use my code. The more, the merrier. Okay. Uh, Also, I should have mentioned this one too. 4362. So we also send out a free trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Okay. It's the free trade of the week. You'll get it before Monday morning. Again, it's sort of laid out the same way that email that blurb in the swing channel lays out, sort of an entry and a stop. It's just one trade though. Okay. Well, one trade, one alert, one idea. I am live daily. Yes. Misfits. Yes. Well, I'm live from 9 o'clock. Yeah, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. All times Eastern, 9 a.m. to sometime between 2:30 or later if there are questions. Okay, so and Monday to Friday, yes. So you can sign up for the trade. So, Bor, if you're still in the room, you can sign up for the trade of the week right here. And as always, and this is just general. If people sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please before you contact us by email, check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Okay. So did you see what I was talking about, Bor? You can sign up for the trade of the week. So you can go to my home page, click on the link, and scroll down to the bottom, trade of the week. And again, now I just go through this again. People are new, so if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do is to getting started with Trade Ideas. Won't make you an expert in trade ideas, of course, but it'll get you started. With all the basic like the knowledge of what an alert window is, what a top list window is, our charts, things like that. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about it, what I would do is start off with that second video, and that might give you a little more insight as to whether or not you'd like to take out a subscription. Okay. Mention this one, back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is designed for you. If you're new to trading, and it's all free. And last, if you're looking for my scans or my information called the custom scans. We'll just call them scans. So if you click on that, I'll do this again. So you'll be at the top. Click on my homepage link. Just scroll down, middle section. Here they are. The other thing to do if you want to come into what I call the main trading room, save my homepage link. And there's a link to get in every day. So here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. So this is the change. The stocks that have changed the most in a 5-minute period. Could be down, could be up. A minus number obviously means that it's moving back down a bit. Positive number moving up. So I've also got the same one in a 2-minute period if you want it. I've chosen just to look at a 5-minute period, but if you want a 2-minute period, and it'll look virtually the same as this, just on a 2-minute period. And here's the momentum scan. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to clear it right now of all the original alerts, and I'm just going to clear it. There is the momentum scan, though. So if you opened it right now, you probably see the last alert that there was. And these are real-time alerts. Any alert that we get here is a real-time alert of a stock making a new high of the day with the filters that I've got in place. The minimum uh, volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, things like that. This is the halts resumes. There's more information. This is showing you when a stock gets halted because of volatility. Typically, sometimes it's news, but I would say 99% of the time it's a volatility halt. So right there. And then a couple that I'm also looking at on my other monitor are these two. The combo scan is right here. Okay, they have normal option activity, combo scan. Pepe put this one together. only 3 today, and then the gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. So that's on my other monitor. I have 3 monitors. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and the pre-market actors down. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market meaning before 9:30 Eastern time. All right, guys. Now this one was really active earlier on. VWAV, VWAV. It's still pretty good. I mean, look at this. It's near the high of the day, um, and it still has that room. So this could be one. What's the float is only 11.5 billion, so it's pretty low. This could be one that has a late day run. I mean, it's got all that room. Look at the daily chart. So you look left, and it's got all that room until it hits that next high. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about it stalling to a closer daily high. Now, my issue spread 898, 910. So that's a 12-cent spread on a $9 stock, which is not great. Quick question to answer. How accurate is following Holly? Holly is best used as a watch list. So sometimes, for instance, I would say is probably a little more accurate if you just wait for reentries. Now this was an awesome one, of course, but it's best used like a watch list. So it's hard to answer a question like that because I might use it in a completely different way from you, Edison, and anybody else who has the. I'm talking to Edison in our YouTube room. Okay, if you're just blindly following it, taking the entry right out, without looking at the charts or anything like that, I would say it's probably not going to be that great. But if you allow it to set up a little bit better, or at least check the chart, and using it like a watch list, because sometimes, the alert might be a little bit early. The idea behind the alert still could be good, but maybe it's just a little bit early, or maybe something happened in the market, especially if it's a stock that is kind of more following what the market is doing. I don't, this is an earnings by AS, so, but sometimes it might get something that's more following the market. All of a sudden, the market, for whatever reason, has a huge down, a huge bar down for whatever reason. Can't control that, can you? But I like waiting for the reentry price column to show up, and that happens. There's only one today. Some some days are more, some days there'll be none. Because the only way that happens is if a stock hits the stop price at any point and then gets halfway between the original alert price and the stop. So you can see there was the original alert for BSLK at 845. Stop was 820. Halfway between, it did hit it, and then it got back halfway between, which was 832. So if you had taken it right at 845 at 1003, you would have got stopped out. But no, I wouldn't have taken it here because when we got this alert, we looked at the spread, and the spread was awful. So you should not have taken the trade anyway. The spread meaning, the difference between the bid and the ask, 864 and 878. When we were looking at this earlier on, it was like a bid of eight and an ask of 840, things like that. So, it made it very, very difficult to commit to the trade. Now, later on, right here, when it popped up, if you look at that's where the spread tightened and it just ran like it ran. So it's hard. So somebody, Edison, may have taken this trade right here at 845, got stopped out at 820 and said, well, I guess that's it for that one, and never looked at it again. Somebody else might have taken the trade, got stopped out, but looked at the re-entry and got back in. Somebody else may not have taken the trade at all, waited for the re-entry. You see what I'm saying? So it's hard to, when you say how accurate is it in following, how accurate can it be to follow Holly? Different people will use it in different ways. I never work off a 1 minute time frame. No, Richard. There's no. I used to only have a 2 minute chart up. Now that's years and years and years ago before I found trade ideas. And that's all I had. I didn't have anything else. But sometimes I will put a 2 minute up. If I'm looking for an exit, if I'm in one of these wave type trades. But I never go to a 1 minute. Now, if you work off a 1 minute chart, I'm talking to Richard in our YouTube room, and it works for you, great. So when I always talk about, how at the time frames that I like, I'm certainly not trying to force that on anybody else. Bottom line is whatever works. Though I have to admit, I always have to chuckle because we get people saying, "How come you don't have a 10-second chart?" You know, what I mean, I think that's ridiculous, but I shouldn't say that. I mean, if people can use a 10-second chart to trade, then it's great. Well, depends what you mean efficiently on an iPhone. I mean, you can use you can use Safari, I guess, but depends what you mean by efficiently, Justin. I mean, it's not designed. It's not really designed. And I think this is actually you can take a look. I mean, it depends what you mean efficiently on an iPhone. Depends what you mean by that. I mean, obviously, the smaller the screen size, it's going to be, pretty. And depending on what you're trying to use it for, obviously, if you're trying to intraday trade, no. Well, that's right, Richard. I mean, so I wasn't sure if it meant you were using a 1 minute time frame and wondering why I didn't. I mean, even a 2 minute time, yeah. I mean, even a 5 minute. I mean, the 15 really tends to smooth things out. But and in fact, up until I don't know 6 months ago, that was my smallest time frame was a 15 minute. But once we got this trade wave, a few other things, I decided to go to down to at least a 5 minute. I think some of the other, full-blown charting programs might have less than 1 minute, William, but there's no way in the world we're going to go to like less than 1 minute. Can't you? So I suppose what you're saying, Pepe, is that because we're really not supporting the web-based version anymore, so even if you had Safari on your iPhone, but what about the, but what about not the Market Explorer? I should know the name of it. You know what I'm talking about. The I thought that was design's dashboard. Thank you. I mean, the dashboard in theory, but you could do something like what I'm doing now. The dashboard, I guess you can take a peek at it. But again, it all depends, how you define efficiently. Look at the dashboard right now. So I think they can display this, right? This is the dashboard, and this is sort of the. Like, I don't like to display this yet because I mean we don't have this is sort of the basis, I guess, behind the money machine to a certain extent. I guess you can look at this on an iPhone or a phone, but how efficient is that? I don't know. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Yeah, Bitcoin is still taking it. What could there be some support? I bet. Well, there's a pretty big area. I mean, 63, say call it 64, so not that far away. Underneath that, 6278. So if trading, you're trading Bitcoin using this ETF, are you guys talking about Palantir maybe being the biggest bubble? I mean, some might say Bitcoin. So what I'm kind of looking for here, guys, in this change in 5 minutes, is something that I haven't seen today. If there's something new that's just starting to show up, and notice, since when did I clear that? 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. No stock has met the filter requirements, and this is a very active scanner. Remember what the scanner is looking for. Any stock between 1 and 100, the current volume has to be at least 20. meaning it has to trade at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. 500,000 shares minimum, and here's the why I call it momentum. Big volume bursts in the last minute and 5 minutes, up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So no stock has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day since I cleared it. And these are all. This will be, if I see anything here, that would be a real time alert. You are welcome, Justin, and Pepe, who pointed out. See, we do in theory have a web based version of our product, but we're not supporting it anymore. So and it was done because this is it's a PC based product, like what you see here. You can run it on a Mac, but you'd have to. You can run the downloadable application on a Mac as long as you're prepared to use, say, an emulation program like Parallels or AWS, Amazon Web Services, something like that. But if you're not, then it's really no, you really can't use the program if you're not willing to do that. Another one, guys. I mean, I was getting sort of interested, but look at that, 420, 438, terrible spread. I was trying to find the. It's not easy. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Well, there you go. There's a definitive answer, Justin. No, you cannot use trade ideas efficiently on any sort of a phone. I love. I love how they some of the blurbs they have. Viking Holdings provides destination focused itineraries for curious travelers. Yeah. So this is basically the cruises on rivers, though I believe. D. So it's not a test drive, right, Justin? There is a difference. If you're talking about just taking out the program or 1 month as a test, okay, but it's not the test drive. You know that, right? We haven't done a test drive in probably a year now. We used to have them like clockwork every 3 months, 4 times a year, and for about $10 or $11, you can have access to the full program for 10 trading days. But we haven't done one for, I'm sure, at least maybe a year. So that's what the test drive is. So you're not talking about the same thing. You're talking about taking out a, say, a 1 month subscription to see if you like it. Is that what you mean, Justin? Eric, hello. Okay. Well, if you don't mind, if you're going to do it, you can just use if you use my code, you get 15% off. Clicking on my homepage link. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, you can use Barry 15. You get 15% off that first month. Then you can make up your mind. And it's just month to month, right? I mean, so if within a month you decide you don't like it, just let us know and we won't, we'll just stop the subscription. Okay. I can try, Eric. Depends what you're looking for. I can try. Eric in our main room asking for some assistance. I can try. Okay. Your my pre-market works perfect. So what would you like me to do? How do I improve on perfection, Eric? Oh, the daytime. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I Well, it depends what you mean by improve the daytime scanner. Let's take a look at what you've got. You might be a little too busy. I'm not sure. It's hard for me to see. What are you looking for? What are you looking for? I don't know Zendu. So what are you looking for? Because it might be just a matter of filters. What obviously you know how to create a scanner. I'm assuming you created did you create all of those yourself? Okay. Well, I have a momentum scan right here, but did you create those scans yourself? Okay. So give me when you say you're missing some stocks, give me a stock that you feel you missed. Give me just like throw out one that you think you missed that you would have liked to have seen. I can probably, there's in my momentum scan, for instance. I mean, I have one very tough filter, and that's the current. No, you could not have missed BSLK, not as a momentum. Okay, MSTS. Okay, let's take a look at MSTS just out of curiosity. Um, that must not be the right symbol, right? MSTS? Oh, that's an L. Is it no, it's a T. It looks like a T to me. So, Eric, that's not the right symbol, right? I I think what you typed in was MSTS. Okay, MSTZ. Okay, let's take a look at it. Okay. All right. Well, first of all, this is an ETF, okay? That's okay. That's an ETF, which is okay. You want to trade ETFs, that's fine. This is designed, if you took my momentum scan, this is designed to not show them, I think, though I may have, well, first of all, that's okay. I got- So So you don't want an ETF, okay? You don't want any. Okay, check another one. Yeah. If you, yeah, you just have to give me one. The relative, yeah, the relative, because I have a feeling. I mean, if you took mine, then my relative volume is very high. It's 20, and a lot of, I mean, there are a lot of stocks like that, but perhaps something you wanted to see is not uh, is not 20. If you took my momentum scan as an example, but I just need one stock that you think, wow, I wish I'd seen that one in my scan. I know. Okay, I'll let you work on it. No pressure. As long as you do it before 2:30. Okay. Well, again, that's an ETF. Okay, stocks is an ETF. Um, if you're, I mean, most of my scans, okay, most of my scans have got a like there's the relative volume for socks, 0.87. That's okay. Take your time, Eric. Take your time. If you see something or you can remember, yeah, I'm aware of it, Mike, Pepe. But we need a symbol. We need something. We need some stock that I can just take a look at. My guess is that. Oh, if you're talking, okay, are you talking about? If you're talking about the chat in here for callouts that you didn't see in here. Okay, well, tease up. Okay, as an example, tease up showed up here. This was a halted because of volatility. Oh, okay, tease up was halted. So if you have the halts resumes, you would have seen it, and that's something I'm sharing. So there's tease up as an example, and that at 9:32, so a couple of minutes after the market opened. So there is an example of something that did show up in my halts resumes. You have the halts resumes from me. When did you load it? When did you load trade ideas? Did you load it at you? It looks like you had it up and running in the pre-market, right? Well, you've got ones there that I don't even have. I have UFG, UBXG. Okay. Now, did you? Why wouldn't you have this one now? By any chance, just check your. If you right click on it, okay, right click on it. What time zone are you in? Yeah, because your first one is at 12:45. What time zone are you in? Like where are you in the world? Toronto. So that's 3 hours after the market opens. Are you is that set for your time? I mean, I'm in Vancouver, okay? So, I mean, I my computer is on, I put everything my computer, everything is on East Coast time, makes it simpler for me. But 12:45, I mean, for, Toronto time, I mean, that's 3 hour that's but you are getting these ones, you are getting these ones. Yeah, New York time, Toronto time, what East Coast time. I'm on East Coast time too. I my computer and Trade Ideas is on even though I'm in Vancouver. Just makes this a lot simpler when I'm talking, you know, it makes it just the default time is East Coast time for me, talking about time. So that's why I put my computer, Trade Ideas, everything is on East Coast time. So I got that alert at 9:32, 6:32 my time, 9:32 your time. Um, if you go to where are you? Go to tools. Okay, go to tools. Go to options. So from the toolbar, click on tools and then options and time zone options. So now it says local time. Okay, for me, but because my computer I have set to for East Coast time. But you, if your computer is set to East Coast time, then you just have to pick local time. But the thing is, you are getting alerts. I don't know why you didn't get tease up though earlier. Yeah, so it's hard for me to see. I'm sorry, it's hard for me to see. So you've got local time, right? I think yeah, I'm just looking now. So yeah, okay. So is if your computer is set to local time and your computer is also set, I mean, unless you did something to your computer, but your computer is set to local time too. There'd be no reason for you to have changed it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm in Vancouver. I know how I know you guys are 3 hours ahead. The only thing I can think of, but why is it saying 12:45 as opposed to, I mean, even never mind the fact that you didn't get tees up, but all those other ones were earlier than that. Yeah, that might be it. Let's take a look. If you right click, and what exchanges do you have checked? The other thing I'm going to ask you to do is do a history. Okay, so you do have pink sheets. Not that that matters. I mean, if you do want to see, that's why you're seeing some that I don't have. I don't have pink sheets. I don't care about them. So I only have these ones checked. In fact, I shouldn't even have ARCA, but that's okay. Okay, next step. Why don't you try this? Right click and do a history today, and just see if that would have shown up. He's up would have shown up. Okay, so right click, do a history today, or share your scan. Yeah, because it makes no sense to me why. I thought maybe you didn't change the volume, did you? Not that it shouldn't have mattered because some, but you still have. I have just 20,000 shares here. Okay. So if it's at the bottom, I'm not sure what happened for you. You may have so I mean, the scan did work. Why you but I still don't understand why you've got, your times. I mean, this is this is your time zone, that I'm displaying right here. This is your time zone. Yes. It's possible it's because you switched from one layout to another, yes. So you shut this down. You shut your layout down, and then you loaded another one? Yeah, because it's the same thing. If people Yeah, no, no, you don't have to have it on history. I just wanted you to check history to make sure that that was that you had it. But that's the reason. That's you actually, as Pepe is saying, if I exit this right now, okay, and go to another layout and then come back to this layout, all these alerts that I had previous in the day from my gap continue, I'll only see the last one. So you must have done it fairly quickly. You're talking about the well, all real time. Put it on, keep it on real time. Okay. Today is just looking at, yeah, just keep it on real time. Okay. So that's one of the mysteries solved. If you go back and forth, close down a layout and then come back to it, yeah, it's as if you just started the scan at the time that you reload your layout, all your scans. Okay. Think of it that way. You might see the very last one. No, I wouldn't do that. What I would do, I mean, if you just want this one, I mean, but it could be other scans that are, eh, Pepe, dare I talk about docking? We're entering. So Eric, and I don't talk about docking at all, but are you familiar with docking, Eric? Because if you dock, that means you can have your two layouts up and running at the same time. Okay. I haven't done this for a while, but what the heck, I'll do it. So, well, what are you flipping back and forth from though, Eric? You didn't go back to the pre-market, did you? Like what once you have your layout that you're happy with, once the market opens at 9:30, what are you what are like do you have another layout that you like to use during market, like so-called market hours? Or are you flipping back to the pre you're not flipping back to your pre-market, are you? Let me show you docking. Okay, what docking? Okay, but you said you switched back. You obviously switched off your regular hours scan to something else and then came back to it, and that's why you lost all that's why you didn't have tees up as an example. See, I leave this. At 9:30 is when I well, a little before, but this is what I when I keep this is my layout for the market hours. That's it. So I don't in other words, I don't load another layout that is, well, maybe I'll try this layout and then come back to this layout. This is my layout that, from 9:30 to, whenever I end, this is what I look at. If you do that, then you don't have to worry. Okay. So that's probably the reason then, you switch back. You probably would have seen the tease up had you not. It might have been something else that you were missing or thinking. Believe me, we can create okay, what's docking? Okay, this is docking. Notice what happens here. If I go click on new and then I click on dock to channel bar, okay, these are all dock channels. So what happens here, if I click on pre-market as an example, like this may be what you can do if you don't mind this pre-market. See what happens is because that is a docked channel, notice that my layout still remains. I didn't because in the past, before we had dock channels, if you loaded another layout, like what you have run into, when you load another layout, your layout disappears. You can because you could only have one layout loaded at a time. But notice that with docking, I can have this is a dock channel and my layout still is here. Okay. So this is how you can create a dock channel. And it's not hard, but it's tricky. How many, in fact, what you might want to do is because you probably don't, how many trade ideas windows do you have in your dock channel, including charts? Yes, you can do that. So sounds like I'm going to assume I'm going to show you what you can do. Okay, so and I don't dock because it really taxed my machine, and that's why because I used to dock. But here's what you can do. You can dock both of those layouts if you want. So if you click on new and then docked window, dock not the dock channel bar, but docked window. Now this popped on my other monitor, but you'll have a title. It'll say dock window title, and you give it a name. I'm just going to call it test, or I'm going to call it dock test, and I'll bring it onto the screen so you can see it. It's just that I have three monitors, and it popped on my other monitor. Okay, so what happened is a little box popped up, and I gave it a name. So now it's called dock test. So here's what you can do. I'm going to get rid of this. Pepe, the way my machine is running now, I may be able to go back to docking. So this is what you can do. You can take you can take all of your windows that you've got, including charts, and watch. So here's Momo. I right click and I duplicate into doc test. So there it is. Okay, there it is. I can take this one, the most up in 5 minutes, right click, duplicate into doc test. So here it is. Now I've got the two, but they're in tab form. I'm going to show you how you can see them all at the same time. And you just keep doing that. I've got my gap continuation or reversal don't repeat on my other monitor. Right click, duplicate into doc test. So hopefully you understand what you do. You start off with a new doc. No, you have to do it individually. That's the trick, Eric. Unfortunately, you cannot just say, take this layout that I've got and put it all into a doc. Well, yeah, it does suck. You only have to do it once. And then here's the trick. You take this and you drag it, and then you put it where you want. You see this little icon just showed up, left, right, up, down, middle. So let's just say I put it to the right. So now I've got this one is still, this one is presenting, and here's the momentum. Now, if I want the gap continuation or reversal scan to maybe be under here, I just take it, grab it, okay? Well, on your I do a lot of things. I do a lot of things, Eric. So, and it depends on your computer. It probably will make no difference at all to your computer, okay? And in fact, so you can see, I mean, it's easy enough to create, to do it. I mean, you just have to do it one time, and then you give it a name, and then you can just file, you can go and load the doc. What I like, when I was using docs, what I would do is I would start every doc that I had, and then I could file load from cloud, and I would just type in doc, DOCK, and I'd see all the doc channels that I created. I don't think it won't matter on your computer, Eric. Okay. Remember, I'm streaming. I'm streaming. Um, well, they save into the cloud, into your cloud. Once you, so let's just say this was a doc that I wanted. I liked it the way exactly the way I presented it, and you just right click, save or share to cloud. I'm going to show you, Eric. So save or share to cloud. Just save it, and then it's in your cloud. Okay, and then to bring it back, just file, load from cloud, and as I said, because I start all my doc charts, I name them starting with doc, and then here they are. And then you just click on it and load it. I mean, it seems tedious, but it isn't really once you do it a few times. But it's in your cloud, and especially if you don't have, if you haven't saved anything to the cloud before, which you should, then when you file load from cloud, you'll probably see it immediately. Okay, you just click on it and load it. So you'll see it immediately if you haven't saved a lot of things to the cloud. So what I would do then is I take your pre-market layout, and you could call it doc pre-market layout, put everything in it that you want, and then I would create my market layout if you want, my 930 layout, call it that, doc 930 layout, whatever you want to call it. So now you've got them both, and you could actually have them up and running at the same time. If you, in theory, you wouldn't have to even, like, I could have another, I don't know how, I haven't tried that before, but I could have several docs on my window or on my screen. I could minimize it, and then I could just bring it back. What I do, I mean, I've got my little, you can't see it here, but I'm trade ideas down here. I just click on it. I see everything I've got, and I just click on that. Well, running well is it's running as per your filters. Okay. So for instance, here are the filters I've got in here. In this momentum scan. This is a tough filter, at least 20. Well, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, there could be something that's really going crazy, right? But it doesn't have a current volume of 20. But it could be fantastic. And so you could say, well, okay, I guess what I should do is reduce that, and then I would catch that one. But what can happen is you might see, yeah, you'll catch that one by reducing that, but maybe you'll have 10 others that don't do that. You see, so the idea behind scanning, just looking at your float, no more than 50 million. Yeah, I mean, the price is at least 50% above the low of the pre-market range. I mean, that could be blocking things. It's hard to, certainly the minimum volume that you've got is nothing. I mean, 30,000. So you'll see a lot of stocks. But also, you're talking about a top list too. I don't know. Maybe you want to more like an alert window, because a top list, as you know, just gives you a list of stocks that are meeting your criteria, and you're sorting on the relative volume, I guess, with the highest relative volume on the top. But one of the filters, I've never used that filter. The stock is at least 50% above the low of the pre-market range. So, for instance, it's possible that a stock could be right at the low of the pre-market range. It opens and it starts to zip. You won't see it until it hits 50% of that, right? I mean, that's as an example. I mean, I don't know for sure, but there's always a trade-off, Eric. Okay, there's always going to be a trade-off. Why didn't I see this stock? I'm not talking about the tease up in this particular case, but why didn't I see that stock? And again, you can create a scan that you'll see every single stock that you want, but you may introduce 30 others that you don't want by reducing the filter values. There's always a trade-off, okay? Okay, now here's another thing. Okay, so you're actually using my old momentum scan. I can see that. Now, so because you've got the current volume as at least, you must be getting a lot of alerts then. Okay, now the only thing that can happen, okay, you see where you've got your earnings per share? Every now and then, okay, that blocks a foreign stock, like something from Israel or China. Every now and then, that can block something like that from. Remember, this is what Eric's got, okay? So I used to have that also, and what that filter does is it prevents what it was designed to do was to prevent ETFs, things that weren't stocks, from showing up. But the problem was that sometimes some stock, for whatever reason, it was is from Israel or China or Singapore or usually not a U.S. stock. It was blocking it because it didn't consider it a stock. Okay, so I took that out. Actually, I took that out. So what happens is you might get the odd ETF coming in. Okay, so it's very possible that something that was really moving that you saw somewhere else was because of that filter. Because I mean, I've got a current volume of at least 20. That's what I used to have three, but I found I was just getting too many alerts. And I personally upped the volume to 500,000. But if you leave it like that, my guess is that you're now the other thing is it depends on you say you're another chat room. I mean, it's possible they don't have the volume of the last minute is 1,000% of normal. That's the whole idea of the momentum scan, though. Maybe it's just pure momentum, but it wasn't necessarily moving because of a volume burst. Does that make sense? Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, just go here and find it and just remove the numbers. Just delete the numbers in there. But it could also be the volume. It could also be the volume in the last minute was 1,000. It's tough, for the volume in the last minute to be 1,000% or normal, but I'm making it that tough. So it's possible that is a filter that's blocking something that you wanted to see. Okay, it's possible, but that's why I call it momentum, not just because it's been moving up all day long, just sort of in a orderly fashion. I'm looking for the boom, like a momentum, volume momentum. And don't forget to save it, Eric. Don't forget to save your layout. Every change you make, every single change you make, you have to make sure at the very you can save it to the cloud, but at the very least, you can save it to your computer, save layout. It'll overwrite the other one, or at the very least, when you click exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout next time you load trade ideas? You can say yes, but the problem is that I mean, you probably want your pre-market. But at the very least, then just save it to you can save it to your computer. That's what that does, and you can save it to the cloud. Give it a name, entire layout, give it a name, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. And as a general statement for everybody listening, it's important to save things to the cloud. The reason being is that you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. So if I go out and buy another laptop today, I can I just obviously I download trade ideas and then I just load it from the cloud. I can load my layouts that I've saved. I can load individual scans, so I don't have to recreate everything from scratch. I mean, that's you can only have trade ideas up and running one device at a time, but you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. So the idea then save everything to the cloud so that if you do, what if my desktop computer it explodes on me right now? Well, I go out and buy a new one, you know, and then I just load from the cloud device. Okay, so that's why it's very important to save things to the cloud, save individual scans to the cloud, because you never know when you might want to bring one back. Maybe you're tired of one. You're tired of a scan that you created. I mean, I've been with Trade Ideas or had Trade Ideas as a program since 2010. A lot of different scans and things that I've created. I don't use them all, but every now and then I say, okay, I wonder how this one that I created like 10 years ago, what is it looking like? And I go, not bad. Maybe so I bring it back and put it in my layout. I usually get rid of something though. I don't want to overload my layout. Okay. Hey, Tank, how are you? The other thing too is based on your layout, I'm wondering if it could be a little too busy. I don't know how many, you've got a lot of things to look at here. Quite a few things to look at. And I accidentally got out of the room, guys. Just give me a moment. You guys can't hear me. YouTube you can, but okay, I'm back. I'm back. That's the only problem having it a web-based program when I accidentally shut down the tab. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I accidentally shut down. I clicked on that, and that shut down the room. Yeah, the thing is, Eric, just mess around with it, okay? Because again, I can create a scan for you that'll see everything you want to see, but you might get a lot that you don't want to see. You just have to deal with it. I mean, I deal with it every single day. Man, I wish I'd seen that one, but there's so many others. You can click like mad all day long and get nothing done. Yeah, I guess I got another 5 minutes left, Rich. Though I stayed here till 3 o'clock yesterday. If there are, I don't see any late day runner. No, I didn't. I didn't see one. Obviously, not the GXAI is not one. Not yet, anyway. It's going to really take out the VWAP. The the PRFX, the one that had NVIDIA in the press release. I mean, if this could have been a late day runner had it been up here, okay, but because it's looking beautiful, how much it's consolidating, but but it would have for me, it would have to take out the VWAP, and I don't see a late day runner today. Not that there isn't one, but I just don't. Nothing on my scans. And again, the BSLK is sort of well, not really consolidating, but but it's gonna. It's hard to. Anything can happen. All of a sudden the volume comes in, it could explode, I suppose. But in my idea of a late day runner is something that was really active in the first couple of hours, and then it kind of rests, doesn't pull back a huge amount, kind of rests, and then pops through maybe the high of the day and just keeps going. And assuming it has room when you look left. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, okay, let's take a look at Lays. I haven't seen it for a while, but you're right. LASE was something that, well, again, it's pulled back. Okay, what was the high here? 483, 432. So to me, To me, it would probably have had to have been resting in this area over the VWAP. I mean, it might. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule about what is gonna run at the end of the day, but you can see where it got to, 535 at the high, and we're sitting at 431 right now. So, Pepe, what do you think? I mean, my computer now is acting like a brand new little puppy, okay? So, is it possible that latest, Microsoft update and maybe the latest, trade ideas that I'm on? I mean, I it's just, amazing to me. Because even yesterday when I had Discord running, I mean, it was doing nothing. No, you don't want to explain it because I know you just wanna keep convincing me to get a new computer. Listen, I mean, it is strange. How old is my computer? How old is my computer? Well, Trade Ideas got it for me quite a while ago, but, the person who put it together, as he termed it at the time, we're trying to future-proof it. So, it was a fairly expensive, computer, gaming computer, of course, but it is probably 6 years old, maybe 7. No, probably 6 years old. No, I'm gonna wait for it to start to, send smoke out. Nothing's happening to my computer, Aramis. It used to, um, and used to go crazy every now and then, only when I was running Trade Ideas. It's got, 2 gigs, 34, 32, sorry, 32, right, they're not 34, 32. No, 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 I shut it down every night, every single night. Yeah, it did, well, I'm saying 7, I might be 6 years. So we're getting way off topic, guys. I guess I'm gonna have to shut down. Well, that's what I'm saying. The gentleman at, Trade Ideas who put it together for me said, "I'm gonna future-proof this for you." There's a degree of laziness. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. There's a few things I have to do. So I will first shut off the YouTube stream, but before I do that, William says he's going to keep the room open. I have 3 monitors, Hermes. 332K or 4K monitors. Um, First of all, thanks for all the help. Okay, so the main room will get open tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern time. Chris Varley will open the room at 7:30 Eastern time. I will try to open the YouTube room between 8:30 and 8:40. Okay, Eastern time. And even when I leave in the main room, there's still going to be people in the main room until I guess 3:45. William will keep the room open until 3:45. So thanks again for all that help, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. So I'm going to end the stream in YouTube.